is when the greenhouses take little rooted pieces.
Yeah. And they'll put so many in a pot.
And they'll put several in a pot.
Yeah, so that they get
sort of
big,
three to five maybe in a pot. These are 4-inch, so these actually just have one plant in there.
Right.
But the big ones would have maybe 4 to 5 plants in those pots.
And the trick is to keep them growing vegetatively, to get lots of green leaves.
And lots of branches.
But so you pinch them for that. But anyway, the main thing is that from about middle of September, depending on when you want them to bloom, they must have a full 12-hour night of darkness.
Exactly, because if they don't get that really long night period, the bracts don't change color.
That's right.
And of course, we should mention that these are bracts.
Yeah, they're not.
What you're seeing here.
So there's going to be, Ron McLean and Tara Sloan are going to be there on site. And there's going to be prize giveaways, autograph signings. Gary Roberts is confirmed. The Primo brothers, Keith and Wayne, are confirmed. There's going to be hockey challenges, stick handling, dangling, free popcorn, free pizza, free community skate. There's going to be the Good Time, Steve Good Time Rock and Hockey Show with acrobatics, an outdoor community rink, and other live entertainment. And it concludes Sunday with a parade of champions at 6, followed by a live broadcast of the Canadians versus the Panthers. And I think it really reflects the charitable mood of the season that we're willing to broadcast a Montreal Canadiens game for all those Habs fans in the room. Anyway, it's going to be a lot of fun for the kids, again, of all ages, and it needs the right finish. So I want to try and channel the spirit of Jack Ballinger here, and I'll turn to Councillor McLean and ask,
how much is it?
It's all free!
yes,
well done. Councillor Tyler Moran.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to let everyone know that our Mayor, His Worship Mayor Collier is in celebrating the 75th anniversary of the Battle of the River Plate that the HMS Ajax was part of. And he'll be back shortly, but he even retrieved, or got a picture of the actual bell that was on that ship in World War II. And it's a big part of the Ajax history, and I just want to let you know that that's where he is.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Councillor Crawford.
Tyler Moran just stole my thunder.
Oh, okay. Oh. Okay, Mayor Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last week, the Mississaugas of Scugog Island did their annual check presentations, and I believe it was over 40 charitable groups and organizations in Durham region received significant dollars towards their causes. And the last check is always the biggest, and delighted to say that with the successful grant application for a Blackstock Recreation Center, they will be donating $1 million towards it.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Any other announcements? Mayor Barton.
Okay. In Elgin Park, there's the Fantasy of Lights. Again, channeling my inner Jack Ballinger. It's all free. Chair Henry was there last Thursday and spent some time on the gate. So anyway, I welcome you all to come up. It's a beautiful display. I went through it again last night. And all of our local community businesses, families, all put together lighting displays. And it's a nice tour through Elgin Park. So if you have some time with your family, come on up.
So Mayor Barton, if you were to stretch all those lights out, what community would they reach?
Port Perry.
Port Perry. That's well done.
Thanks for knowing our family.
You're welcome, Mayor Foster.
Okay, I just don't know how to follow any of this. Councillor, it's right before Christmas. You know, and that whole naughty nice thing. Just saying. But Mr. Chair, you'd asked me to stand up and speak briefly about the Feed the Need concert that happened in Bowmanville last weekend on Sunday. This was the second annual that Bowmanville Rotary put on. I would urge all of you to watch for the third, and Councillor Anderson, I think you were there for the evening presentation, urge all of you to watch for the third annual coming up. It showcases local talent, and some of the talent across Durham region is absolutely awesome. It is really difficult to describe, and Mr. Chair, I think you'll agree, the depth and breadth of that, and Feed the Need. What an amazing cause. So we're all going to worry about how much we eat and try to lose the weight after the holiday season. There are folks out there that are worried about getting enough food on their table. So, Mr. Chair, it was good seeing you there, and to each and all of you, however you hold the season, Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Councillor Pietri.
Mr. Chair, good morning, everyone. I'm not going to begin by saying that most of the hockey players that Mayor Mitchell mentioned are hockey players that have birth certificates of the Oshawa Hospital, but we're not going to talk about whether or not we're going to enjoy the hockey game because it's a Habs game and we're Leaf fans. But I will wish everyone a Merry Christmas, because I think it's appropriate to do so and make sure that our staff recognize that they're appreciated. Happy holidays to everyone. I know a lot of them are going to be on call. I know that back in the day when my dad worked for the region, a lot of the folks that work in works are on call and not with their families at times of maybe us gathering and making family memories. They're going to be out doing work and making sure that we're safe, and that includes our police services and our EMS. So one of the other announcements I'd like to make today is that we thank everyone who participated in the Oshawa Toy Drive with the City of Oshawa's Bylaw Enforcement Department. Toys for Tickets was a very successful program, and again this year donated thousands of toys to DRPS, who came to pick them up with the Gus Brown mobile. So we want to thank them, and as well remind everyone that in Oshawa we have, as other municipalities do, an event that occurs on New Year's, and that is Oshawa Celebrates, and that will be held at the Legend Center. And we want to thank everyone for joining us last year and hopefully joining us this year, and their families for celebrating with us. So on behalf of everyone there, I want to make sure that that's recognized.
Okay, members of council, I'm going to ask for a motion. We have some local talent that wants to come in and do something. Can I get a motion to alter the agenda to be item 4.1 forward? Moved by Councillor Roy, seconded by Councillor Leahy. All those in favor? Opposed? None. That carries. We have some very special local talent about to come into the chambers. Well, good morning and welcome. Good morning.
I'll tuck in here. Okay. Good morning, everyone. We're from Pickering Early Learning and Childcare Center, and we're going to share a few songs with you. Okay? All right? So we're going to use your big voices, okay? 5 little snowmen made of snow. 5 little snowmen in a row. Out came the sun and shone all day, and 1 little snowman melted away. 4 little snowmen made of snow. 4 little snowmen in a row. Out came the sun and shone all day, and 1 little snowman melted away. 3 little snowmen made of snow. 3 little snowmen in a row. Out came the sun and shone all day, and 1 little snowman melted away. 2 little snowmen made of snow. 2 little snowmen in a row. Out came the sun and shone all day, and 1 little snowman melted away. 1 little snowman made of snow. One little snowman all alone. Out came the sun and shone all day, and that little snowman melted away. Good job. Here's your bag. You got one? One of these? One of these? One of these. Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. Over the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells and bobtails ring, making spirits bright. What fun it is to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight. Oh, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Oh, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. That's right. 5 reindeer. 5. 5 little reindeers jumping on the bed. One fell off and bumped his head. Mama called Santa and Santa said, no more reindeers jumping on the bed. 4 little reindeers jumping on the bed. One fell off and bumped his head. Mama called Santa and Santa said, no more reindeers jumping on the bed. 3 little reindeers jumping on the bed. One fell off and bumped his head. Mama called Santa and Santa said, no more reindeers jumping on the bed. 2 little reindeers jumping on the bed. One fell off and bumped his head. Mama called Santa and Santa said, no more reindeers jumping on the bed. 1 little reindeer jumping on the bed. He fell off and bumped his head. Mama called Santa and Santa said, put those reindeer straight to bed. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. It's always a Merry Christmas. It's always a Merry Christmas. It's always a Merry Christmas when children are near. So we wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Merry Christmas.
Mr. Henry, a fabulous job, unprecedented growth. Congratulations. And the whole council, you've done a fabulous job. Oh, there. Awesome.
Go say hi. Go say hi to Santa. Say hi, Santa.
Okay.
Go
Come
say
on
hi.
over here. I got the cake for you.
Go say, here's Santa. Here's go Santa.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, everyone. May the rest of this council meeting go as well as that. To the members of council and the staff, from being up here, the four of us could hear who was singing and who wasn't singing. Some of you did a very good job, and some of you not so well. No. So we'll go back to the original agenda. Merry Christmas, Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Mayor Carter. It's pretty tough to follow a child act like that, all the focus, but there's a terrific event going on in Oshawa tonight and tomorrow night. It involves a Simcoe Street United Church, and they have an outreach organization called the Backdoor Mission. The Backdoor Mission provides food and clothing and services to those in need, including our homeless citizens in Oshawa. And for the last 6 years, my colleague, Councillor Giberson, has put together a fundraising concert in the church. It's an incredible venue for music because it's like a horseshoe balcony and it seats a lot of people. It sells out typically, but if you get your tickets, it's pay what you can at the door. Derek is a professional musician. He fronts a band called the Professors of Funk. And in the past, they've had former Juno Award-winning performers come in. They all donate their time, and all the money raised goes to support the Backdoor Mission. It's an extremely worthwhile event. It's very professionally done. The talent is unbelievable. We have free parking now in downtown Oshawa from noon onward. So if you wanted to come tonight or tomorrow and go out to one of the great local restaurants very close to the church, it's within walking distance. There's lots of free parking. I would heartily recommend you take in one of the two concerts tonight or tomorrow. And Mr. Mayor, thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Roy.
Good morning, and thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just keeping in the vein of talking about our hockey teams, I just want to speak about one of our hockey teams. Many of our hockey teams across the region have been contributing in many ways this Christmas season, but I want to highlight our U12 hockey team who has entered into somewhat of a competition. It's about doing good deeds within our community, and on Christmas Day they will be hosting and want to bring in 110 homeless individuals, those who are on their own, into the Royal Oak South, which has been donated, and all the food has been donated to give Christmas dinner to bring everybody together. And in addition to, if they are the team that wins in this doing the good deeds, the Chevy Good Deeds, they will end up getting $100,000 towards a charity of their choice. And their charity of their choice actually is Their Opportunity, which many of us know Randy Gill and the great work that they do for the youth within our community. So this is a great domino effect of giving back. So if any of you happen to know of anybody that has nowhere to go for Christmas Day, I welcome you to contact myself or one of the coaches is Steve Riley, and help them out to make this a success, not only for our community, but it's a great giving back. And go Habs, go.
Mayor Ryan.
Thank you, Chair Henry. And just after having all this youthful energy here in the room this morning, I just wanted to acknowledge that December the 18th is a very auspicious day, and it's actually Councillor Roy's birthday today. So.
Happy birthday. Mayor Carter.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and I want to give everyone the best wishes for the holiday season. I rise on two significant events. Of course, our community, the great city of Oshawa, is going through a period of transformation, and this week plays a significant role in the history of our city. Many individuals are going to be impacted by a global decision that was made last November 27th. And our thoughts and prayers are with those families that are transitioning from what they used to do to what they may be doing next. But it reminds us once again that our community has a rich history and has played a significant role in many efforts, not only in the automobile industry, but also in the Second World War. And we want to take the opportunity, and I'm going to ask everyone, for those families that are going through this period of time that is a period of transformation, is to keep them in your thoughts and prayers, because this is a difficult time for them. Some are moving on to new professions and new opportunities, maybe being re-educated. Some are going into retirement, and some are looking for employment. And these are skilled, talented, gifted individuals. And I keep on saying to people, you know, they want awards for quality, productivity, and innovation. And that still lives in our community. And I am asking everyone to keep our families in the great city of Oshawa in their thoughts and prayers, because it is a significant week in our community and it's being impacted tremendously. And we look forward to what 2020 holds for us. As I've expressed to many people, I am anxious at this moment and I'm excited at the same time. I'm anxious because of those that are going through this period of change, and I'm excited about the future that awaits us. But please keep our folks in your prayers and thoughts as we go through the holiday season, which then transitions into what yourself, myself, Councillor Chapman, were involved in on Saturday at Carrier Community Health Centre. It was the 11th year of the Keller Williams Great Turkey Giveaway. And we, the very first year, we were able to do about 150 turkey dinners, which is the pan itself, the turkey, the potatoes, the vegetables, the sauce, everything. As you could tell, I cook, so all the sauce and all that stuff that goes with a turkey, apparently. Last Saturday, you and I and Councillor Chapman, we tossed 2,500 turkeys. And there was over 100 volunteers that packed 2,500 turkey dinners together for people that are struggling through this holiday season. And it was wonderful to be able to see, because our faith communities came together and many of them picked up many packages for their congregation. And my congregation at the embassy, we were able to deliver over 100 meals to people in our community. I want to take this opportunity not only to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your participation, congratulate Keller Williams. I want to say thank you to all the volunteers, but I want to say thank you very much to our faith communities that continue to be able to serve those that are sometimes forgotten about in our community. And I look forward to next year's Keller Williams Turkey Toss.
Thank you. Councillor John Neal.
Yes, I'll also echo the mayor, 5,000 direct jobs, tens of thousands of other jobs because of the indirect economic impact of what's taken place this week. You might have noticed years ago at 6 a.m. in the morning on Simcoe Street, it looked like the 401 coming into Oshawa from all the outlying communities that would come into work at General Motors. We all know people that work there. At one time, the biggest employer in Peterborough, and just on a personal note, myself, because having grown up in Oshawa, you used to see suitcases and whatnot in the summertime in front of the dealerships. People coming from out west would plan their vacation to actually pick up their brand new car or vehicle or truck here in Oshawa, and it'd be a lot of the farmers and that from out west. So having said that, it's a huge impact for this city and the region of Durham, and I really hope that that large footprint down there can be put to good use very soon. And I reach out to the families and that are going to be impacted because of this day. So having said that, I might be leaving shortly anyways to go to a rally that is taking place down there. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. No other hands. Members of council, just a reminder that we'll have to break at 12:15 for lunch, and then we'll resume after that. We'll move on to item 4.2. I'm going to have the Commissioner, Ms. Siopis, introduce this item, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, members of council. You may recall that earlier this year, Metrolinx, in partnership with the region of Durham and the city of Toronto, embarked on a planning study and environmental assessment, that is, for advancing higher order transit along the Highway 2 corridor across the region. As per our regional official plan, as well as our transportation master plan, the whole goal of this project is to connect communities, connect the urban growth centers across the region with the University of Toronto in Scarborough, as well as the Scarborough Town Centre. And the objective of the project, of course, is to increase ridership along the corridor and therefore reduce reliance on the automobile. Over the last few months, the team has done a lot of work in the planning and design, looking at alternatives and options across the corridor. There's been engagement with the public and with local area municipalities who've been impacted by the project, all with the goal of identifying the best means for providing higher order transit throughout the region and specifically along Highway 2. They've just completed the second round of public information centers, and Metrolinx is here with us today to give you an update on the work that's been done and what they plan to do going forward on the project. I will turn it over now to Matthew Getsky. Matthew is the Chief Planning Officer for Metrolinx, and his team is here with him today.
Thank you very much. Good morning, members of council. We're very happy to have the opportunity today to present you with an update of the Durham Scarborough Bus Rapid Transit Project. So as was mentioned in the introduction, it's a very important part of the regional transportation plan that was published in 2018. So you see the study area, that's 36 kilometers of dedicated bus rapid transit infrastructure to really improve the frequency and change the usage and the way that people rely and can benefit from transit across Durham region and connecting to Scarborough. But it's also sensitive to local context, and we understand that. So last year in 2018, we published the initial business case, which fleshed out the different options to increase and maximize all the benefits and optimize the investment along this corridor and clarify some of the options. Today we're in what we call the preliminary design stage, so where we look really more in detail on how do we effectively get that balance right between kind of maximizing the quality of the service, the reliability of the buses that will go through, and the local context of how do we adjust to the different configurations between the city centers and within and inside the growth centers too. Some of our focus is also on really improving the integration with the TTC on the west end, with GO and with Durham Rapid Transit across the region to make sure that all of these services work together. And this builds very much on the success of the Pulse service, which exists today, and which shows already what kind of qualitative difference you can make when you increase service frequency and reliability, and what impact it has on attracting riders and facilitating mobility across the region. So this is a good time for us to work on that rapid transit corridor, because there are this is really a corridor which has been seeing a lot of growth, both residential and job growth, and which are projected to continue to increase significantly in the next 20 years. And there the objective is to really find what is the quality of transit that's needed, both to improve kind of local intra-regional transit, because most of the motives, and that's what we saw in the initial business case, showed that still 50% of the people who will use the service are doing kind of shorter term movements within the region, and then improve the connections to the longer distance connections, especially to that east quadrant of the Toronto area. So the objective is really to focus on service reliability, to increase the ridership, and to be able to do that, the bus rapid transit will have to find the right way of the right systems, the right infrastructure, and the right priority systems to achieve maximum reliability. I'll just hand it off quickly to David Hopper, who is our consultant project manager with Parsons, working with us today.
Great, thank you. So along the corridor, we have a number of different conditions. I just wanted to say that the system we're designing will be fully accessible to everybody and connected and integrated. So those are the base goals going in. There's 3 pinch points of interest: Pickering Village, downtown Whitby, and downtown Oshawa, where we've been focusing our effort to date, but we're also looking at the broader corridor. In between the areas where we don't have the space to increase the width to preserve traffic capacity while providing transit priority, we will be looking at dedicated lanes that'll help us manage the traffic and manage the reliability of the system as we move forward. We've done some of the initial traffic work, and what we're finding is that we do have a solution that can accommodate both existing and future traffic at the same time as providing more priority for public transit. This slide has a lot of information on it, but the real takeaway are the two colored areas where we can demonstrate today that with frequent service and with dedicated lanes, we can carry as many people on the buses as are being carried in a lane of traffic. And so that's the basis for why we believe we need a dedicated lane to provide service to further grow this amount of transit usage in the corridor. All the way along the corridor, and primarily in the pinch points, we've looked at a number of solutions, from transit priority measures like signal priority through HOV to dedicated lanes on the curbside or in the median of the road. And as we move from left to right across this screen, we get a higher degree of priority, which provides a higher degree of reliability, which is shown to improve transit ridership significantly. In Pickering Village, we have a trade-off between traffic capacity, transit priority, and the amount of space we have available given the Heritage District. And we believe the curbside option provides a good balance on all three of those. In Whitby, there's two segments. So outside of the downtown area, we're looking at providing priority for transit while maintaining existing capacity for cars, and also designing the entire corridor with the pedestrian movement in mind, because every transit trip begins and ends as a pedestrian trip. In the downtown core, where we're quite limited, we are looking to provide priority for transit in a way that we can integrate the stops with the sidewalks so we don't need as much space, and possibly relocating some of the on-street parking or onto local side streets so that we can provide the degree of priority that we want to achieve. In downtown Oshawa, we're looking at contraflow on the one-way pair of King and Bond. So we would convert the road slightly so that they would operate as two-way traffic, but only buses would be going in one direction. This will, again, allow us to integrate the stops into the sidewalks and provide a high degree of reliability for transit through downtown Oshawa. As was mentioned, we've just finished our second round of public consultation. We heard a range of things, a lot of opportunities to improve transit, to improve the active transportation network along the corridor, to look at safety, to improve the public realm by widening sidewalks and other things along the corridor, and improve the connections between the chip generators along the corridor. We also heard some concerns that we're addressing as we move forward, and that is, how do we manage traffic congestion? How do we look at impacts to heritage areas and our cultural heritage resources? How do we design a system that will provide priority for transit without forcing traffic to infiltrate through local neighborhoods? And with the idea of introducing a center median transit that will change the way people make left-hand turns, that will happen at signalized intersections with a combination of U-turns and left turns. So it's a slightly different way of moving around, but it is still as efficient as what's out there today. So the idea is to find balance, and this is the right time for us to clarify the needs for everyone so that we can make sure we have the correct solution, and we believe we're getting that feedback today. The next steps, we're consolidating all of the feedback we heard in the second round. We've confirmed the preferred option for a few of the pinch points, and we're almost there on some of the other ones. We're also now looking at the feasibility along the other portions of the corridor and how everything fits together. We'll be updating the business case to make sure that the benefits that were identified earlier are still carrying forward. And the technical work is ongoing on the engineering side. We will continue to meet with municipal and regional and staff. We have a series of consultation groups, both with the utility companies, the local municipalities, all of the groups within the region, and all of the provincial ministries. So that work will carry on. And the intent is to have a preliminary design to bring back for consideration with everybody sometime in the spring of 2020. As well, this project does not yet have a full financial commitment to it, but the region, through the ICIP program with the provincial and federal governments, has already initiated the discussions around funding. The intention is to finish this study in the next year and move into the environmental assessment so that we have all our ducks in a row when the funding comes through to break ground and move forward on this as quickly as possible. So that's the end of our formal presentation. Matthew and I and the other staff would be glad to take any questions you might have.
Thank you. Councillor Marin Pietri.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have some curiosities. You talked about the pinch points in different municipalities. The one in particular that I'm worried about, obviously, is in Oshawa. Can you tell us where the rail line or the line that you're looking to put in runs through? Is it Highway 2?
Yeah, so it's in Highway 2. So we would be coming right along and using King and Bond, using one lane in each direction on King and Bond. And then we're still looking at how we connect to them at the very east end.
Okay. Do you not see that as being a problem?
Actually, the traffic volumes that we're seeing out there actually say that we could actually use this lane to dedicate for transit without having a major impact on traffic capacity, but we're almost carrying the equivalent of a lane of traffic on buses today, and this service will increase that number.
Okay. I chair the Development Services Department at the city, and we've taken a look at some of the models that you've presented, and at its best, I think it's still going to be tight. And I'm not sure if you're aware, but in that particular area, say that running through the downtown core, I'm not sure, I can't speak for Whitby or other municipalities, but it seems like the same pressures would occur in those areas as well when it comes to just space, like looking at the geography and seeing where the buildings are located. But not only that, in our case, for example, there's been some parking on King and likely Bond, which have been discussed to be removed, and streetscaping and widening of sidewalks as a result of a more, livable, walkable, community-friendly sort of active transportation environment has been sort of adopted. I'm just wondering if you're aware of that, because if you look at King in particular, it bumps out into, one of the lanes. Now you're talking about taking another lane and the potential of still parking being on another. You're down to 2 lanes. How are you going to run this rail service without impacting vehicular traffic?
So through the chair, so we are aware of the sidewalks widening program. This comes through the Cafe pilot project. So we are taking that into consideration, and there are still some details to be sorted out. But we believe there is a solution to dedicate one lane to provide higher order transit and accommodate the amount of traffic. There may also be some reallocation of parking spaces, so they may have to move on to side streets or move elsewhere in the downtown, and the details we've seen from the parking study demonstrate that is reasonably possible without overloading the rest of the system.
Okay.
There are a few details we still need to work through, and there may need to be some modification to some of the thinking, but we are looking at how we can improve the sidewalk realm along the route in order to make the environment much more pedestrian friendly.
Would this project look anything like, say, the one that York Region has, the Viva project?
Through the chair, yes. That is one of the models we're using. So it is very similar that in areas where we have space, we would have dedicated lanes in the middle of the road, and then parallel cycling and active transportation. The stations may not be of the same scale, given particularly in the downtown areas, but we are aware of that, and that's one of the models we're using. As well, the St. Clair streetcar is another example of a much more urbanized corridor. So in the downtowns, it may have more of a feel of that, where we'll minimize the lanes, minimize the bus corridor in order to maximize the amount of sidewalk space and balance all of the needs in the corridor.
See, I'm a big supporter of transit. I know this morning, actually, the mayor picked me up. I was at a bus stop coming into the Durham Transit Committee meeting, and so it's a funny story, but I think it works on certain arteries, but I'm not sure how it's going to work on Highway 2, and I know you're the messengers, but has Taunton Road been looked at all? Or, is that off the table? I mean, it's a totally different project, but I just don't see, and I may not be popular saying this with other mayors, but I just don't see how it can work, in particular in the downtown core of Oshawa. I just don't see it, because if you're talking about something similar to Viva, or even similar to St. Clair, physically, I can't picture it working. It could probably, get built, but how do you move the traffic in that urban core, especially considering some of the more dense projects that we're going to have? and some may say that, you know, they're not going to need cars living in some of those condos. But with autonomous vehicles, as the mayor indicated before, with General Motors looking at that sort of thing, you're going to have as many vehicles, if not more, on the road in the future, especially if they're autonomous and I don't have to drive them. I can just sit there and do my work. But has Taunton Road been looked at all?
So through the chair, this is a follow-on study. So the initial business case and the earlier regional transportation study that was done by Metrolinx has narrowed down that this corridor has been selected because it has continuity to connect a number of college campuses and downtown cores. It connects into Scarborough Town Centre and is the most direct east-west route. It also has a very high percentage of the trips along the corridor that are internal. So more than 40% of the people who travel along this corridor are actually going to somewhere immediately along the corridor. So that is a very high usage and a very good indicator that transit will be successful. So other corridors have been looked at and screened out because they don't provide the same connectivity between major origins and destinations in the corridor. To your other point, in the traffic numbers, we can see on the right, which is downtown Oshawa, the number of cars that use the road today and are predicted to use the road in 2041 with higher order transit can be carried in 2 lanes of traffic. So we have 4 lanes out there today in each direction. We have 3 lanes in some areas. So with 3 lanes of traffic, we still can take 1 lane to dedicate for transit and use the other 2 for cars and still carry the numbers that we're predicting without pushing traffic into local neighborhoods. And if transit is there first as these developments come online, we do see indications in all of the other corridors where this has been done that we will see a higher usage of transit and less reliance on the automobile.
Okay, that looks good, sounds good on paper, and maybe ideally that could work in the future. I don't see it working. I may be unpopular saying that, but you're talking about potentially getting rid of another lane, which that would be parking. So let's say that nobody needs to park and downtown's just going to be a livable place. So people aren't going to be able to visit unless they have transit, in particular for downtown Oshawa. Because I can see also the city moving towards taking its parking lots and trying to add some density on there, as they've done in places like Toronto and Montreal, where they've deemed those lots at a higher tax rate. Now my question is, with other municipalities looking to make like the Taunton Road corridor more dense, be it with seniors' homes or condos or even university campuses and commercial centers, could we not take a look at that again? Because I just don't think, and this is me, but physically, if you look at, you know, our city in particular, taking the sidewalks, widening them, taking the parking out to begin with now, we're down to 3. Likely going to be down to 2 if we take another side of the street and reduce the parking and make those sidewalks wider, which is plausible. So say, for example, the city proceeds and has 2 lanes going down King Street and maybe 3 on Bond. How are you going to deal with the city of Oshawa in that case? What is the detour? Because I think that's the way the city's probably going towards in terms of planning for this downtown core.
Through the chair, the model that we're using, which is the Greater Golden Horseshoe transportation model, which is calibrated to a regular survey that's done, it's a very robust model, indicates that 2 lanes of traffic on King and Bond will actually carry the traffic that's predicted into the future. So we don't see that dedicating a lane to transit to improve higher order transit is going to result in a greater infiltration of traffic elsewhere. And as well, looking at the parking study that's been done in Whitby and in Oshawa and in Scarborough Town Centre area is showing that there is ample parking elsewhere, that the few spots that are on those main streets can be managed in other locations and still provide plenty of opportunity for people who choose to drive or need to drive because of where their origin and destination is. So we think we're striking the appropriate balance. I believe there are. And you want
yeah, and we're going to continue to have some detailed traffic studies in the new year to be able to get back to you and continue to work on that. I think today what what gives us confidence is that in the pulse system today already with the current system and the current quality, we can carry more people than through a regular lane. So I think with the improved reliability of the service, it seems to be a very promising solution to be able to accommodate some of the further growth and the further mobility needs of the community.
I don't doubt that, and that's why I'm asking these questions, because I'd like to see the project move forward as opposed to be hampered by the reality that even if you take it into Clarington, you're planning on going into Clarington with that rail line, is that correct? On a Highway 2?
So this one stops, no, so this one, well, today the scope of the project is, stops just east, stops at Simcoe. So that's the current scope of the project. I mean, in parallel, there's rail extensions that are being studied to go to Clarington, but on that bus rapid transit piece, that stops at Simcoe.
Okay. I mean, I know others will have something to say about their own municipalities, but I would encourage, through you, Mr. Chair, to the delegation that you speak to our planning department on an ongoing basis, because things are changing rapidly in terms of the outlook for the downtown core in Oshawa in a positive way, and demands are being made to either expand sidewalks or add, for example, active transportation lanes, or in particular, take a look at some of the parking that we have and render it differently than what it is now. I would just encourage you to do that, because I wouldn't want to see this project stymied by the reality that maybe the space that you're looking at is reduced in the future, and maybe you'll have to change plans on the fly. And also, through you, Mr. Chair, if we can consider Taunton Road as well, I just think it's more seamless than having to look at some of the potential issues that run through Highway 2. May not be popular, but I do think that it may be more realistic.
And through the chair, I just wanted to reiterate that we do have a municipal technical advisory group that has representatives of all 4 of the local municipalities that are affected. So that includes planning, heritage, public works, transportation, transit. So they are all at the table, and we're actively meeting with them on a regular basis to keep them informed and to understand the details that go into all of this planning.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Tyler Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation and the work you've done on this file. Has there been any consideration for timed dedicated bus lanes like they have in Toronto? Obviously, peak times, I would imagine 6 to 9-ish in the mornings, 7 to 4, or 4 to 7-ish at night. But outside of that, on a Saturday afternoon when everyone's trying to get to Home Depot or whatever, Costco, certainly in the town of Ajax, it's very dense in those 2 lanes. Has there been any consideration for a timed method like they have in other municipalities?
Through the chair, so in our range of design options, we did look at some options that considered things like HOV or like time of day use of the lanes. And what we find is that unless the space is actually dedicated, marked in red, painted as bus only all the time, we have a major problem in terms of enforcement of those lanes when we actually need them in rush hour. So, for instance, if we had dedicated lanes and we had a day like today and Highway 401 is jammed up because of snow, people are using all of the other routes, transit gets mixed into that. If transit has a dedicated lane at all times, transit continues to operate at a good speed like the GO trains do and like the subway does, even when traffic is bad. So by having this dedicated space, we provide everybody with the thought that it's going to be reliable, it's going to be there when you need it, and it's going to be predictable travel time. So by dedicating the space to public transit all the time, we actually find that's a better solution overall than using time of day.
And is there any validity to my timing? Are they peak times, what I was saying in the morning, versus, is there a big difference between a 1 o'clock bus and a 7:30 a.m. bus?
Well,
as far as ridership,
the number of buses that we carry, or the number of buses that are out on the road, and yes, we may have 3 to 5 minute service during the peak periods, like we have more cars on the road, but during the middle of the day, we may go down to a 10-minute service. But those buses that are running every 10 minutes are nearly as full as the ones that run in rush hour. So we gear the service to the number of people. What we really need to do is make it reliable, so that if the bus runs every 10 minutes, you know that every 10 minutes the bus will be there. And if we are sharing the lanes at some times and not at others, we have enforcement issues, and that reduces the reliability, which is a challenge.
Enforcement issues now. Thank you.
I can just quickly add to this through the chair. If you, the best scenario for bus rapid transit for reliability is really through the center median scenario. And these, if you use these on if you only have them for a specific amount of time, and if you turn them into regular traffic, this will generate a lot of conflicts at the intersections, because today these center medians are designed to go through, so the timing so the signal priorities are designed to help the people who are turning left on these corridors. So if you turn that into regular traffic or accessible we'll have to enable it to vehicles that are turning left, for example, and that will really complicate the infrastructure at the intersections, which are typically sensitive points. So that's where the center median is very, very, the curbside is something that you can do on a more timely basis, but it does have, the major issues are enforcement, and the center median is really not compatible with an hourly or time-restricted service.
Thank you. Mayor Mitchell?
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. I think the council floor, quite frankly, is a poor location to try to do a deep dive into design options. I'm sure you know that Whitby Council has a lot of concern about the proposal that's forward for our downtown. So I basically just want to thank you. We're going to meet in early January. We're going to discuss some options, and I was very pleased to hear your reference to York Region, because I've spoken to York Region Transit, and they indicated that they have run into this on multiple occasions. BRT running into heritage neighborhoods, most recently Richmond Hill, and in every occasion they have found solutions that were sensitive to the high priority that heritage downtowns have into pedestrian safety. So I'm hopeful, and I think working together we can find that kind of solution. And I also want to thank Commissioner Siopis and General Manager Holmes for their support in this, in trying to make it all work, because it can all work for all of us. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Lee?
Thank you, Chair. So I lived in Markham during the build-out of Viva, and then I lived in Toronto during the build-out of the St. Clair light rail. So I'm very optimistic about this project, but I also know firsthand of the congestion and the projects of these magnitude create. So ultimately, is the vision to build it out in segments, or to build it out all at once? If funding does come through, what is the plan for that?
So through the chair, so at this point, we're not exactly sure. The idea would be to implement it as quickly as possible, because the benefit comes from a larger completed system. We obviously do have to consider the impacts of traffic during construction, so that will be part of the assessment. So at this stage, we won't necessarily be recommending any particular build-out sequence. That will come when we get into detailed design and how quickly the funding can flow to make it happen. We'll be looking at what are the impacts segment by segment, so that those decisions can be made later on. But I would suggest that faster is better with these projects.
And I don't disagree with that ultimately, but I was also recently in Markham, just going from Markville Mall to Times Square, and they have Viva, and it's fully built out, but even that drive took me upwards of 25, 30 minutes. So I just want to make sure that we truly feel this is the most efficient way to move people from A to B, because again, as a driver along those roads, that we were promised that Viva would ease up congestion, when that actually the opposite has taken place. I feel things have actually gotten worse on Highway 7. So I just want to make sure you guys keep that in mind when building this cross and addressing concerns of my neighbors in Whitby and Oshawa as well. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sincerely happy that Highway 2 is done through Ajax. That was a crazy amount of work that was going on between Westney and I guess up to Salem Road. So I'm glad that's finished. The Pickering Village, I'm assuming those are laybys you're talking about for the buses, since you can't actually put a lane in? Or are you actually going to put a lane in through the village?
So within Pickering Village, we are looking at a range of options. The real option that we are recommending technically is to dedicate the 2 curb lanes to transit, and the 2 center lanes would be for general traffic. This will work perfectly well in the morning, where the amount of westbound traffic in the morning peak can be carried in 1 lane. The challenge in the afternoon is that we really need a lane and a half of general traffic. So one of the things we brought up at the open house was the trade-off, and one of the options we're looking at is whether we could create a 5-lane roadway where we would have a bus lane and a traffic lane westbound, 2 traffic lanes and a bus lane eastbound, and there appears to be just enough room to squeeze it in and respect all the heritage buildings. So what we're trying to do is find this sweet spot to get 50 pounds of potatoes into a 40-pound bag. So we asked the public directly. The trade-off is, do we give the road space for transit priority, for traffic priority, or to protect heritage in the existing buildings? And the answer we got back was yes.
On
So
what?
on all of them, do all of them. So we're trying to find a way to balance these things off. And so we're working on a plan to dedicate lanes to transit through the village, potentially by adding a 5th lane so that we can also maintain traffic capacity so that we don't drive cars through local residential neighborhoods because of congestion.
So my head is like almost exploding at the idea of 5 lanes through the village, when really there's, okay, I'm just, are you also going to be putting bike lanes through the village on top of 5 lanes of car traffic and bus traffic?
So through the chair, we are trying to provide active transportation along the entire corridor. Outside of the pinch points, there will be cycle lanes immediately adjacent to the roadway. In the pinch points, we know that isn't physically possible. So
But
we're working.
how do you get a bike between the pinch points?
Yeah,
I mean,
so what we're doing is we're looking at, are there parallel streets that are 1 short block away that we can actually tie into a continuous route? So do we come as far as Elizabeth and go up onto Old Kingston Road and find ways around it? So we're working with the cycling master plans and with the advocates from the cycling community to find a way to create a continuous route along the corridor, but doesn't necessarily go right through the pinch point areas beside the bus lanes.
well, I don't know to be happy or to cry actually at this point. When is this going to be starting? Do you know? Through the village?
So through the chair, we're in the second round of 4 rounds of consultation on the preliminary work, and then we have the EA, then there'll be detailed design. So we're trying to resolve these issues now, but construction is a few years away. So we still have time to sit down and discuss these trade-offs and find a solution that works for everybody.
Okay.
So as was
I might be
mentioned
retired by then.
before by Mayor Mitchell, in York Region, what they found was some areas in the Heritage District could not actually afford to dedicate enough space for transit to have its own lane in very short areas through heritage districts. And the solution there was to move back to a transit priority where the buses operate in mixed traffic, but the traffic lights are timed to help the buses move faster. So there's a trade-off there that reduces the reliability of the service when things are really busy in the rush hours when we want transit to be reliable. But that was a reasonable trade-off given all of the other things we were trying to balance. So we may end up moving back to something where we have 4 lanes and buses operate in mixed traffic through there. Our preference at this stage, at least at the technical end, is that there is a solution where we can get transit priority and get the traffic through and keep the community happy. And we would like to pursue that further and find out why that doesn't work before we move back.
Councillor Kerr?
Thank you, Chair Henry, and through you to the delegation. Thank you, gentlemen. I had the opportunity to view all of this at City Hall in Oshawa. It's very interesting. If a person is looking at the purchase of an electric vehicle, one of the benefits or one of the realities is that the provincial government offers the ability to drive in HOV lanes. So as I see this, would this be a possibility for somebody with an electric vehicle to also use, let's say downtown Oshawa, to use an HOV lane if they're driving an electric vehicle? And do you see this as relieving some traffic congestion?
Through the chair, the thought going into this is that these dedicated lanes would be for transit vehicles and emergency services vehicles only, and that if you start introducing electric vehicles or HOVs, you now get into enforcement issues. And as Matthew mentioned, again, you run into issues at signalized intersections where the bus lanes are designed to move buses through the intersection, not to move cars through the intersection. So we could have a look in some areas at doing something like that, but it's going to be less effective on an urban transit system on an urban street than it is on the highway.
So the answer would be no in that case for law enforcement and enforcement reasons. Okay.
Yes.
Are you aware of the region's plan to widen and connect Gibb and Olive Streets in Oshawa in anticipation, I believe, of the inclusion of 2 GO stations into Oshawa and how that would in fact take traffic off of King and Bond?
Through the chair, yes, that is part of the model. All of those long-term planned improvements out to 2041 are in the model, so that will be part of our analysis, and that will come out to demonstrate. And I believe that's already incorporated as to why in 2041 the amount of traffic on King and Bond is the same as it is today, is because there are other network improvements that have helped alleviate pressure.
Okay, and I guess my last area is every resurgent downtown core in North America that I've been able to see has a ring road. Oshawa doesn't have that, and I would hesitate or add yet. There's also a plan to widen Adelaide just to the north of the downtown that would. So are you aware of that plan? And would it be your contention that with the Gibbon Olive and the Adelaide widening, it would also relieve traffic through that downtown pinch point?
Through the chair, yes. Some of the other network improvements for cars will definitely take pressure off, and we are aware of the studies that are ongoing and are working with staff to make sure that they're all included in our modeling work.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other members of council wishing to speak? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Members of council, we'll move on to item number 5. Could I get a motion to adopt, and adopt the minutes? Moved by Mayor Ryan, seconded by Councillor Watton. All those in favor? Opposed? None. That carries. Members of council, tab 6, item CC 46. Could I get a motion on the correspondence from the Eastern Ontario Mayor's Caucus? You'll find it on page 36.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion to endorse CC 46.
Okay. Seconded by Councillor Nicholson. Questions on the item? Mayor Foster?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I really have a challenge endorsing this item. We had some dialogue and discussion about this earlier on. I know both the movers and seconders, and I've got respect for them. That's on the original motion in front of us. Part of the concern is we have not heard from the commission. We've got one side of the story. We don't have the other. I would really like to hear from them prior to us making any motions. The second, recently, and I know that a number of councillors were out at the erosion study that was done. So this was the conservation authorities looking from Ajax all the way through to Kingston. Those engineers, Zuzak, did their own studies in terms of the impact on the lake. I believe and I always get it wrong, whether it's the Joint Commission, Joint Panel, had indicated that this plan had perhaps raised the lake levels by 6 centimeters. The independent consultants came up with a number of 7 centimeters, doing it themselves on their own. So prior to endorsing this, I would really like to hear from the people doing this and make a vote based on information as opposed to supposition.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you. It's my position that we're far past supposition on the water levels in Lake Ontario. Any independent study that's been done along the water levels clearly indicates that the policies of the IJC are, if not the largest contributor to some of the flooding issues along both the north and south shores of Lake Ontario, but are definitely exacerbating the natural issues that are occurring through climate change and other weather patterns. It's one thing to have a policy that looks good on paper, but then when you amend it 15 times to try to meet very special interests, including the transportation industry, you throw out your plan. A message has to be sent. A message has to be sent to the IJC that we in the North Shore are just as upset as the state of New York is, who is actually suing them right now for their policies. There has to be a message sent both to the IJC and also to both federal governments that the current basically let's just talk this to death approach isn't going to work, that we need serious action because our waterfronts are disappearing. The water levels in the lake, the controls that are put on that keep Lake Ontario water high in order to protect downstream waters, The policies that allow greater flows from the northern lakes into Lake Ontario in order to benefit their area. Lake Ontario seems to be the dumping ground. We seem to be the repository that protects the St. Clair River, that protects the St. Lawrence River, and it's our homeowners and our businesses that are impacted. And we know even here at the region, we've had to spend $5 million to shore up a water plant process because the lake waters are rising. And where's the compensation for that? Where's the opportunity for the federal government to step in and say to those property owners who are being impacted that we're going to compensate you for the loss caused by international treaties? It seems to be that the IJC and the federal government seem to think that they can pass any law with no pushback. Do I expect that this resolution is going to cause them to return the current plan, 2014, to the previous plan? Probably not. But it's going to send a clear message across their bow that we are not happy, that we don't think the current process is acceptable, and it's time they took our concerns seriously.
Thank you. I've been made aware by the clerk that CLOCA is coming to the Works Committee meeting in January. Okay. Councillor Joe Neal.
Well, I would echo Councillor Nicholson's comments, and I'd ask for a recorded vote. Thanks.
Recorded vote at the appropriate time. Mayor Mitchell.
Hey, yeah, and just to echo what the clerk just advised you, CLOCA's position is not consistent with this letter that's before us today. So I would just suggest that we hear them at least at Works Committee and then at Council as needed before we make a decision on this in terms of endorsing it.
Okay. All right. Any other member of Council wishing to speak to this item? Okay, a recorded vote was called by Councillor Joe Neal.
The vote is open. Councillor Dykes, Councillor Drew. Councillor Drew is not present. The vote is closed.
The motion is defeated. Members of Council, on the recommendation before you on the item, Mayor Foster.
I'd give you a motion to refer this to the February council meeting.
Okay, on the motion to refer, seconded by Mayor Ryan. All those in favor? Opposed? One opposed, that carries. Members of Council, if you turn to CC 47, correspondence from the Municipality of Clarington re-appointment. Mayor Foster.
Mr. Chair, I'll give you the motion to appoint.
Motion to appoint, seconded by Councillor Leahy. All those in favor? Opposed? None, that carries. Members of Council, we'll move on to delegations. Item 7.1, Ms. Wendy Bracken, Clarington resident, re the AMISA long-term sampling system. Please come down. When you're ready, Ms. Bracken.
Good morning. I'm here with new concerns about the AMISA long-term sampling system. As you know, the sampling system is very important. It measures the concentration of dioxins and furans. It actually measures the mass. It collects. It's supposed to go in every month, every 28 days, collect samples, send off to a lab, and then a mass comes back. What the mass of dioxins and furans collected during that time are. It's very important because dioxins and furans are probably one of the most toxic pollutants known to humankind, and they're a key problem with incineration. So you have a responsibility, because you're at the stack, the ECA only requires dioxins and furans to be measured for a few hours once a year. Residents asked, and the minister agreed, that these long-term sampling systems be put in to look at the trends of the dioxin and furan emissions to see if there are any problems. As you remember, there was a huge exceedance. In 2016, 818 was the concentration when the legal limit was 60. Everything in the control room looked fine. No one knew that was going on. That's why these devices are so essential. And this is what you have to do. You have to install them and maintain them, update them, and to measure the concentration of dioxins and furans. And you're supposed to keep the data. And it's supposed to be stored on site, and that all records produced by that sampling program are there. We are now 4 years in, and the EMISA issues remain unresolved. And the monthly data is still being withheld. All this despite the fact that long-term sampling systems are used in many places and are working. A consultant that was looking at the EMISA for Durham advised that there are 250 installations in France, 80 in Italy, 60 in Belgium, and 60 in other European countries. Now, we keep hearing, oh, there's a problem with correlation. We're hearing that there's been all kinds of changes made to sampling equipment, sampling procedures in an effort to correlate the EMISA to the stack test results. But that's very concerning to me. Are things being done correctly? Who's doing it? And is it getting the proper oversight? I was stunned when I learned in September at a WMAC meeting where I'm a member that Durham staff are not looking at the monthly lab results that come back from the EMISA. I asked, because I've put in a Freedom of Information request trying to get this data. I have been asking for years for the EMISA data and have not received it. And so I put in a Freedom of Information request, and I'm still not getting that data. And so I was wondering, is it happening? So I asked, are you collecting? Cartridge goes in every 28 days. Yes, it's being, and then I said, you send it off to a lab. Yes, and then you get the results back. No, they go to Covanta. Now, the reason given was that Durham does not review them as they see the results as, and I'm quoting, meaningless. And that same word, meaningless, was used at the Works Committee meeting where I gave this delegation. So in my Freedom of Information requests, I have received a lot of information. I'm just going to be able to touch the tip of the iceberg this morning. In 5 minutes, it's impossible. One document that was done for Covanta in 2014 was the Dr. Yankee document. He acknowledges that these devices have been around and required since 2000 in Belgium. In Belgium, in fact, every 14 or 28 days, that data is required to be made public over the internet, and that these devices are certified by independent agencies. And this correlation problem, it's not unique to Durham. It happens in Europe too because of the difference in sampling methods, times, and recovery. But he cautions because of that, where people get into trying to correlate them, you have to be careful because it depends on who's doing it and what objective they're serving. And he says in his document, the method which best presents or best obfuscates the results can be used. But he does say that as far as looking at trends, never mind the correlation, just looking from month to month, the trend, it has been shown to be successful in Europe, and that is why they are using them in so many places and requiring them in so many places.
Okay, Ms. Bracken?
Yes.
Members of council, I need a moment. Moved for a 2-minute extension by Councillor Joe Neal, seconded by Councillor Granville Anderson. Ms. Bracken, you have an additional 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So another document, this is from the EMISA manufacturer to the regional consultant about these differences that they're seeing. We have so many this is him saying, we have so many good experiences here in Europe with such kind of monitoring, and the chances are big that this monitoring will be implemented in future regulation for the waste incinerators. Therefore, it is not logic that in another local area, this technology would not function. I always say that the EMISA system is a pure sampler. We have no dioxin source, and we do not destroy dioxins. So if there are big differences in comparison tests, there must be a specific reason for it, which depends on the sampling conditions. You have dioxin problems. You've had them at this incinerator. Initially, 2 failures in both boilers. May, the huge exceedance. Since then, changes have been made to sampling, stack testing sampling, as well as the EMISA sampling system. And the same consultant that was hired to look at EMISA commented on the stack test, how they've dropped from being so high to so low. And he cautions that he says it needs to be stated that Environment Canada has stated that the level of quantification, 32 picograms per cubic meter, represents the lowest level that can be reasonably reported with conventional sampling and analytical methods. And he cautions that there should be no attempt to interpret the data either as it relates to between tests in either unit or between the units. And he also says that there's a lot of statistical variation when you've got dioxin levels coming in that low. You've also had exceedances in ambient air every 24 days for one 24-hour period. Ambient air is tested for dioxins and furans, and there was an exceedance on May 26, 2018.
Ms. Bracken, you must wrap up.
Okay, no one's looking at, so can you imagine? We've asked for the sampling system for our security. It's being sent off. Nobody's looking at it at Durham. That is ridiculous. This data is valid. Everything should be looked at this point. We're 4 years in, you don't have it working. The ministry, when they had the ambient air exceedance, they didn't look at it. It's crazy, and it's irresponsible in my view. So this is on you. This is your responsibility. You have an ECA requirement, and you're 4 years in, you're not looking at data that the public's paying for? Like, can you imagine sending off lab results and not looking at them?
Thank you. Members of council, questions to Ms. Bracken. First is Councillor Mitchell, or Mayor Mitchell, sorry.
More of a procedural question, because the delegation here, there's no report. There was no report before Works Committee on this. This was essentially a delegation. You're allowed to come and speak to anything if you give proper notice. So we don't actually have an opportunity later in the meeting to discuss a report. So I'm just sort of, procedurally, this is odd. We're hearing a number of allegations. There's no background report. I will say, for all members of council, before we dive too deeply into this, is that we did commit at Works Committee to bring back a report. We heard this presentation, to bring back a report to address the concerns identified, and specifically around EMISA. So there will be an information report at some time, but today there is not.
Okay, thank you. Question, Mr. Clerk, clarification on why this is on the agenda, please.
Your procedural bylaw permits a delegate, if they attend one of the standing committees, they can then come forward and speak to the matter in council.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jonio.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the delegate. Could you go back to that slide where I think it was before that? Okay, sorry, if you could go forward a bit, just stop there. There was a reference to what was happening in Durham, I guess. That's what I'm after, if you can go to that slide. Yeah, so this was something that you got as a result of an FOI request?
Yeah,
so this was, so the region consultant was who?
John Chandler.
And do you know the date on this?
By
chance?
This would have been
like in 2016 or more?
2016.
Okay. So do you know what do you understand what they're saying in this when they say it's the EMISA system is a pure sampler?
Yes.
Okay. Can you expound on that a bit, please?
Sure. So this cartridge is going in, and it's collecting dioxins and furans on a trap. And it's saying that so it's a pure sampler in that it doesn't make the dioxins. It does not destroy the dioxins. If the dioxins are showing up on that cartridge and the results are high, it's because that's what was collected at the stack.
Okay.
And what should be coming back as a lab result is that cartridge gets sent away and you actually get a mass. Because I know this is confusing for counselors because you're often told, well, it's such small, we're talking in the picograms. Well, that's a concentration in the stack per cubic meter. But then you have to take into account that you're emitting so many cubic meters every second of every day for over years. And the mass is really what matters because with dioxins and furans, they accumulate. They don't go away. And so these lab results that you should be, that are coming back will show a mass from month to month to month to month and show trends.
And is that a typo? Is that a typo that says Dixon? Is that supposed to be dioxin?
I typed it exactly the way
I see. Okay.
that was in the email.
And is your review, I guess, is it sort of a literature review? You haven't seen where they're encountering these lack of correlation problems in Europe? Is that?
So if I could.
Does that kind of sum up one of your concerns?
Yes, so this Yankee document that I'm talking about, so Covanta actually commissioned this in, I believe it was 2014. I gave you the actually cover page of that. And yes, it goes into great detail. This is a 39-page document that goes into how in Europe they are experiencing the same thing. There's a correlation problem because, this goes in for 28 days. Stack tests are done over just hours. Also depends where in the stack, how it's sampled, what's collected, what's rinsed. There's a nozzle that goes out, et cetera. It's complicated. And because it's so complicated, he cautions that any kind of correlation efforts, that they be done by an independent regulatory body. My concern, from what I'm reading, is now you no longer have Chandler, and so all these monthly lab results are going to Covanta. We're not even looking at them, even though Durham taxpayers are paying for it. And that Covanta my concern is that Covanta would be driving the changes that are used to correlate. Now, he says correlation is important when you're using those values for compliance. But it's important for this body, your council, to understand that this is to look at the trends over time. Those concentrations are not part of ECA compliance. We're not used for compliance. So the trend, where he says the European experience has been shown that they can be used successfully to monitor the trends and the emission levels, that can be done here. You're not using the numbers for compliance. So having that exact correlation is not the big deal that it is in some places where they are used for compliance. And so this data should be used, can be used, and should be provided to the public. That's something you could do as a body, is get this out in the public. Because putting Covanta in charge is like putting the fox in charge of the hen house.
So to your knowledge, is it measuring something that's not there? Like, are these cartridges picking up something that's not really what it's supposed to measure?
No, it's there. What it's measuring that's what the pure sampler is about. It's measuring what is coming out of the stack.
And the stack tests happen, twice a year right now?
Well, the
one
ECA
regulatory?
only requires you once a year. It's just a few hours a year. But you're thankfully doing a voluntary secondary one every year. But that's it. And in between, you don't have anything. And that's the purpose of these EMISA.
And have you seen the actual results from the cartridge?
Well,
for the last year?
In my Freedom of Information request, I have little snippets, but I don't have all the months and the lab. I've asked for that. I have not received it.
Have you asked for that at the FWAC committee meeting?
I've asked it for at FWAC, I've asked for it at WMAC, I've asked it for it as part of my Freedom of Information request.
And what's the response been at the FWAC committee?
They'd be meaningless right now. And I think that that's not true. I think at this point, when you've had dioxin and furan problems, you have to be transparent. The taxpayers are paying for this monitoring. It's essential. You have to provide the data with the understanding that it is not yet correlated, and maybe we don't want it correlated.
And have you received any correspondence or from the Ministry of the Environment and Parks, or whatever they call them? MOECP, Ministry of the Environment and Parks. Or
Right. So I have received these. There's a work plan. Work plans that are being developed. I had to ask for those through Freedom of Information request. I have those. Like I said, I'm just touching the tip of the iceberg here today.
So what's the work plan say, through the chair?
Well, it's impossible for me to give you that whole story right now, but there are concerns that MECP has been, given as well. I'm concerned that the MECP is not even looking at this monthly data when we had, for instance, the ambient air. I've had that correspondence from them as well, that they're not even looking at the EMISA data. And you have to understand, the Yonke document talks about this as well, how North America is lagging behind Europe. So while in Europe, the regulatory agencies are much more involved and have been involved with this for quite a while, this is new to North America, and Covanta has not done this before. And so this is partly what frightens me, is that you have our regulatory agency is not experienced, and instead of reaching out to the European regulatory agencies, I think that it's become kind of between Covanta, Durham, who's not looking at the data, and the MECP. And but it seems like Covanta seems, from what I'm reading, seems to be a big driver of what's the changes that are taking place.
So, Mr. Chair, is it possible to direct a question to staff about the presentation?
You can do it during works.
Sorry, what's that?
During works.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other hands, thank you, Ms. Bracken. Members of council, 7.2 has been withdrawn. 7.3 is Mr. Joe DeShane Smith, Trillium Housing Re-Report 2019 F50 request for deferral of regional development charges. Good morning, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, and thanks for having me. Trillium Housing has a housing development in Duffin Heights. Our nonprofit acquired the site through a surplus land process with the province of Ontario. I want to start by thanking the regional staff who moved quickly on bringing forward our request to committee last week. We're in process for applicants to get mortgage support at our housing development, and we hope to be in sales in February. The Trillium Housing model basically partners with conventional housing developers and brings housing affordability within an ownership environment using a share equity mortgage, which is similar to what was copied by the federal government in the last budget. We do that through investment from our partners. Your deferral, if it's approved today, would be an investment by the region into the project. We're asking that the deferral be from, instead of paying pre-construction when we pull our permits, that we will pay the full DCs at the end of the project. And that amount of support, we won't have to finance those costs. The City of Pickering, and thank you, Mary Ryan, passed our motion for the same deferral on Monday evening. The savings will allow us to provide more support to eligible families. We're looking at families who are earning from $40,000 to $80,000 a year. They do get approved for a conventional first mortgage, and we help them buy entry-level product and fill the gap between what they can afford with the first mortgage and what the price of the unit. So let me give you a concrete example. And watching the kids this morning, it made me remember, just in October, we occupied a project called The Loop, We built 62 stacked townhouses, which is a similar product with the same builder that we're doing in Duffin Heights. We're going to do 216 units in Duffin Heights. Out of those, we gave 33 families a Trillium mortgage. So over half of the families received Trillium mortgages. The average income of those families is $66,000 a year. I don't know if you know anyone buying units in Durham region these days with a family income of $66,000, but I'd be surprised. So we're providing a Trillium mortgage that fills the gap between what they can afford with a first mortgage down payment at that income level and the entry-level price of our units. At the Loop, our average price of the homes that were purchased were $450,000. So the kids that were here, there's 32 kids who moved into Trillium Housing financed units at the Loop in October. So we're really excited by the outcomes. We're hoping to have entry price product in Duffin Heights similar to what we had at the Loop, so around $450,000. It's not finalized yet. And depending on the financing we put together, so the support from the region if passed today, and Pickering and the investments we've made, we have an ask for 2 years now with CMHC. Maybe the federal government will come on board. We're hoping to reach well over 50 if everything came together, maybe up to 80 or 100 families at the project, and probably in the similar range. We already have 40, we've had over 900 applicants for Trillium support at the project. We've selected and have 40 in process right now. So I wanted to, again, thank you very much. One of the reasons for me to come, I don't have to come and just say thank you. I know the staff have been working on a strategic plan for the region on affordable housing, and I believe it was, I'm not sure, I think it was considered by council in the fall, and they have welcomed me to go and meet with them, and I'm hoping that we can do more of this across new development throughout the region. It's very, very cost effective when you look at the subsidies required to house similar families in rental projects, and I'm not against supportive housing. I was on the board of several nonprofits that delivered affordable rental with support services, but just dollar for dollar, it's very cost effective, and I think very an inclusive model. So I'm almost over time, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, our council did unanimously support our deferrals. And I was going to ask you, and I'm not sure whether you touched on towards the end, how many families, you have 212 units going in up there, and how many are you planning on subsidizing?
So it depends on the pool of funds that we have available. So right now we have a forecast of what we can provide in the $4 to $5 million range. We're going to save some money on the cost of the project by deferring the development charges for Pickering for sure, hopefully for the Durham. That will add to that pool. And then it depends on what are the incomes of the families that arrive. We don't do a cookie cutter approach. We actually have each family sit down with our mortgage broker and assess what they can afford for first mortgage, and then we actually customize the support of the Trillium mortgage to their individual needs. So an individual person earning $65,000 a year who's a single person won't get the same level of Trillium mortgage support as a family of three because they have more costs and need a bigger unit, et cetera. So it's hard to predict. When I said I'm thinking for sure we'll hit 50 if we can get the federal government on board. They've got a $50 billion national housing strategy, but they don't seem to be able to move it out the door. We hope to get to maybe 100. That would really be my goal, almost 50%, like we did at the Loop. At the Loop, we had.
That's the number. That's the number I read in our report. You're targeting 100.
Yeah.
The 200, and I thought that was quite fantastic. We talk about this quite often in these chambers and about affordable housing. This is a great opportunity for us to put our money where our mouth is and support something like this. So thank you very much, and I'll call for a recorded vote when that comes up.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Joe Neal.
Yeah, through the chair. I'm just trying to understand the structure. It sounds fairly complicated, but like the owner owns the house.
Yes.
And there's a first mortgage, they have to get a conventional first mortgage?
That's right.
And is that CMHC guaranteed? Like,
We developed a model, so it's not. So
it's not a CMHC mortgage?
It's a conventional first mortgage. We're partnering up with Meridian Credit Union and Duca to do the first mortgage approvals. They're quite conservative in their approach in terms of their underwriting of individual clients. We ask our families to always put 5% down as a minimum. We actually achieved 8%. Some of the families can do a bit more. And we would generally provide a Trillium mortgage that, in combination with their down payment, would get them to 20% owner's equity. The Trillium mortgage helps them because it's payment-free. No payments of
It's like a
capital
second
interest.
mortgage then, is that it?
It's registered as a second mortgage,
Okay.
but it has no monthly payments on it
Okay.
until they stop residing in the home. So when they sell, or if they become an investor and rent out their unit, then they pay us the Trillium mortgage. And then we get it's a share equity mortgage, so we get our share of the appreciation in the value of the home. So let's say our mortgage is worth 20% of the value of the home when they buy it, and 5 years later they sell that unit, they'll pay us back our mortgage value, and we'll get 20% of any appreciation in the home. So it's kind of like we're a co-owner, right?
But that's, okay, like you describe yourself, but you describe yourself as a nonprofit. But
Yeah.
it sounds to me like there is a profit element for your company in this. Am I misinterpreting that through the chair?
So,
in other words, a typical nonprofit that I'm aware of, you call yourself nonprofit housing, nobody's earning anything at the end of the day, right?
So we're providing, I mean, we're incorporated as a nonprofit that holds the mortgages.
Right.
And there's nothing that stops, when I was on the board of Wood Green, the units were paid for, they were renting them out, we did not collect rent, right? So in this case, we're taking our share of the appreciation. The nonprofit is structured as a community benefit nonprofit, and it has a declaration of trust that requires the nonprofit to only reinvest in future housing. And obviously, there's no share.
But you're not, in other words,
So there's so when they get repayment plus the appreciation,
Yeah.
we then have funds to invest in another project to develop more, or to issue more mortgages. At that point, our board would make the decision, what is the best.
So you're not,
going
through the chair,
forward.
you're not taking like you personally, or some company's not taking a profit out at the end of the day, is that?
No, the nonprofit, as a nonprofit, if it failed and we had to wind it up, we'd either have to provide it to another nonprofit with a similar mandate, or give it to the government. Those are Nonprofit Corporation Act requirements. And it's the nonprofit that holds those mortgages at the end of the project.
Thanks for clearing that up, thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you very much for your presentation. Members of council,
Thank you.
A 10-minute recess would be in order. Moved by Mayor Foster, seconded by Councillor Nicholson. On a 10-minute recess, all those in favor? Opposed? None, that carries. We're in recess. alter the agenda to bring item number 5 of works forward. Moved by Councillor Marion Pietri, seconded by Councillor Leahy. All in favor of bringing item 5 forward? Opposed? Mayor Mitchell? Mayor Mitchell? Yes. This is the item that we talked about earlier.
Oh, this relates to Ontario Boulevard?
Yes.
And a request to just defer this item to the council meeting in January.
Okay.
That's been made by Mayor Collier and...
And you're moving the motion?
Yes.
So thank you. I'm looking for a seconder. Councillor Smith? All those in favor, or questions? All those in favor? Opposed? None. That carries. You're free to stay, or you consider it Christmas and you can go get some shopping done. So thank you. Members of council, I'll give you a motion. I'm looking for a motion to alter the agenda to bring item 2 of the committee of the whole forward. Moved by Councillor Marion Pietri, seconded by Councillor Lee. All those in favor? All those in favor? Opposed? None. That carries. So item 2, located on page 55, the recommended 2020 water and sewer user rates. On the recommendation, can we get it moved? Moved by Councillor Nicholson, seconded by Councillor McLean. Questions? Councillor Nicholson.
Mr. Mayor, I believe there's an amendment being proposed for Part 2G, I believe.
Sorry, just one second. Mr. Clerk, I think the change was item F. Was that what the change was?
G.
He has a technical. So we were asked to bring it committee of the whole forward. So now it's on the floor. Table? Off the table? No, I think it's good. Okay. Yeah, so, sorry, second. It's actually shown in item.
Got them crossed up somehow.
Sorry, members of council, I apologize. There's a number of moving pieces related to this. This also relates to F&A item 10. So that will be the appropriate time where we can deal with the item. So if we can just move the I'm just going to check with the clerk to make sure we're absolutely right. So if we move this item as it is written, then we can deal with the other part in F&A number 10. Okay. So it's been duly moved and seconded. All those in favor? Oh, sorry, Councillor Neal.
Unless there's other speakers, then. You recognize me? Okay.
I just recognized
I
you.
was speaking to the main item. There's no amendment?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Okay, great. So I don't support this increase, and my comments would be directed actually mainly to the budget, which I don't fully understand why these are separate. So I don't understand how you can deal with an increase but not address the budget. So you're still approving essentially a 5%, north of 5% increase for sewer expenses, and I think it's about 3.4% for water. But when we're talking about the budget, there's savings that are being realized, and I'll talk about that maybe a little more when that item's on the table. But here's the thing is, even at this rate, you're going to, in my estimation, you're going to have a substantial surplus at the end of the year. I would have voted against this last year when I think it was about 5%. And again, there's been about a $12 million surplus generated. So I think, again, this is obviously better than 5%, which seems to be the historical norm for these increases. But so at least this is better than that. But in terms of the actual expenses, this isn't even addressing that. So, the fundamental problem I have is we're always, again, just my opinion, with these increases, the water is the same price it's always been. It comes out of the lake. There's no cost attached to the water. It's all in the processing of it. But when we talk about the budget, there's increase in staffing levels, which I don't understand, I don't support. So I just think, this has been rising fairly regularly over the last number of years, at least since I've been here, and to the point where we're generating something like $12 million in surplus for 2019. I'm sure it'll be probably at least $5 or $6 million for 2020. So I'll ask for a recorded vote on the increase, but I'll have more comments on the budget, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mayor Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And we had a long discussion and ended up having a vote on the reduction to the rates at committee. But the sort of thrust of the discussion, and it was just made again by Councillor Neal, was that we're generating excess surplus, we're imposing user rates that really don't need to be justified, really aren't justified because we're essentially feeding a surplus that's already sufficient. So I really think we should hear from Commissioner Taylor and Commissioner Siopas on that claim before we make a decision here.
I don't see.
So,
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
So if I may, through the chair, I'll start, and perhaps if Commissioner Siopas would like to add to my comments, that would be appreciated as well. So the one thing I'd like to make clear for council is that we don't budget for a surplus. So it's certainly not embedded in our user rate that we're building a surplus deliberately. So surpluses occur in any given year for a variety of reasons. In this case, our overall gross budget for water sewer is in the range of $358 million. So while 12 million surplus is a little bit higher than we would have necessarily hoped for this particular year, we do want to actually have surpluses rather than deficits occur because it has a bearing on our reserves and reserve funds. And with respect to that sort of angle with these things, reserves and reserve funds, as many of you are aware from both your experience here and your experience locally, are critical to dealing with unanticipated items. They're critical in dealing with major capital program related items. So what we do is try not to have massive swings in our rates, whether they be taxation rates or user rates, in order to deal with those large expenditures as we know they're coming down the pipe. And on the Committee of the Whole, you would have noted that there was a strategic issues and financial forecast report as well with respect to water. So, in the context here, a little bit of context here, we were trying to pull together some information to add some knowledge base with respect to this. So, for example, in the last number of years, we have pulled about $108 million out of reserve funds for capital purposes and for unanticipated purposes. So the balances in those reserve funds are critical to deal with those particular kinds of issues. And we also have going forward significant items in that capital program that will utilize reserve funds, a combination of reserve funds and debt, along with, under our asset management plan, as you would have noted in the report that came forward in June on that, we sit with about $300 million in assets considered in poor to very poor underwater, and about $350 million considered poor to very poor under the sewer side. So from a financial prudence perspective, the combination of what results from a surplus going into those reserve funds is to utilize those reserve funds for those particular purposes going forward. But again, we don't budget for a surplus. It's not intended to have a surplus. There are years where consumption is much greater than anticipated. There are a few factors that contribute to that occurring. So I'm hopeful that I answered Mayor Mitchell's question, but certainly if Commissioner Siopas has anything to add.
I will only add briefly to that a little bit of detail. Commissioner Taylor made mention of $110 million having been drawn from reserves over the past recent years for various situations that were likely unexpected, certainly weren't forecasted for. A good example of that was the regulatory requirements that resulted in capital work having to be done in the value of tens of millions of dollars, I think somewhere between 20 and 30 million alone after Walkerton. Not something we anticipated. Reserve funds were used, and it's a pretty good example of things that can creep up on you that you cannot anticipate. The other thing that happens, as you all know, is every once in a while we have to fund emergencies that happen right here in the region, situations that come up. I'm looking to Mr. Presta for a nod. I think we may have funded the Sunderland well situation out of reserves recently. Again, something unanticipated, something you're quite aware of because you dealt with it. And these things happen.
Mayor Mitchell, follow up?
Thank you. So just on the recommendation, and I support the original recommendation. I mean, you hear the numbers. Sounds like there's a large surplus in reserve, but when you're dealing with $300 million in needs, you got a lot of needs. And again, a lot of surprises. The only other thing I wanted to comment, and I appreciate in the discussion that we go around, the amount of dollars involved here, I would suggest is not significant, personally significant to anyone in this room in any way. But certainly there are always concerns raised, but there are people who are really, really suffering and can really be hurt by a water increase. And the same discussion will come up when we talk about transit. We have the same thing, don't increase the fares as recommended because, there are people really suffering from income challenges. And I certainly agree that income challenges should be addressed. And we all have different perspectives, but my perspective is strong municipal services are most needed by the most vulnerable. And, if something goes wrong with the water, I can buy water, but lots of people can't. If it's hot and I want to get away, I can go up north to a cottage. But people who want to come to the lake, they can't really stand a sewer bypass if our infrastructure starts to fail. And it fails in a lot of places, but it doesn't fail in Durham region. And finally, if you want quality of life and economic opportunity for those who are most economically vulnerable, they need great transit. I don't. Nobody in this room needs it. We can all afford a car. So for me, undercutting and kind of nickel-diming municipal services in the belief that you are helping those most economically vulnerable, I just consider that argument all backwards. So I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Foster?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the answer that we got from Ms. Taylor with regards to reserves that was asked by Mayor Mitchell, a good question. We have a sense that there is a huge amount of reserves, and we do have really good reserves right now, but you heard of about $650 million in capital expenditures that are going to need to be spent to deal with assets that are poor or in very poor condition, and expansions as well. As a matter of fact, if you look at the tables that were provided to us, you see debt being added in future years. And you're not adding debt in future years because you've got hundreds of millions of dollars worth of reserves moving forward. So I am supportive of the motion that is in front of us for the rates. I'm not convinced that doing this for 1 year and seeing what surplus or not may exist moving forward. But as I said at the COW meeting, we've got to watch very, very closely. Reserves for one-time expenses, rates, of course, go year after year. So this time next year, we may have a more difficult decision to make. But I don't think that this is going to be particularly destructive of the region's fiscal position. But again, look at the debt, look at the needs, look at the actual reserves as opposed to what we may have in our minds. And I've got to agree with Mayor Mitchell on the vast majority. We'll disagree on the rate for this year, though.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you. My many years on council, I always have a simple test. If someone's chastising you for your rate being too high and someone's chastising you for your rate being too low, sounds like you probably got it in the right spot. I appreciate the staff confirming for us that we don't plan for surpluses. Seems odd that we're now being chastised for not having taken those surpluses that came as a surprise and building up a reserve account. We didn't plan to add it in the reserve account. It just happened. The concern I have here is that it's easy for those of us who are wealthier, as Councillor Mitchell indicated, to say this is not a big deal. But if you're a senior citizen and you're someone trying to live on $1,000 or less a month and trying to hang on to your home by your fingernails, any rate increase is difficult. A rate increase that's unnecessary is unconscionable. In our budget last year, we were able to fund every project and every operation that we expected that we could fund. We even could deal with the Sunderland well when we had an emergency. We had sufficient capacity to do that. It is easy to take a couple of reserves in isolation from our overall financial picture and say, well, look, these ones aren't as high as we'd like them to be. But let's also keep in mind, we just transferred $150 million into a capital projects reserve. We just transferred $50 million into an operating reserve. We're getting a report in the next few months from our staff outlining the long-range planning for our reserves going forward to meet our future needs. So what we're dealing with today is a simple question. Do we take the entire $12 million off surplus that we generated in 2019, and do we put it in reserves and raise the rate for sewers at 4%? Or do you take a small percentage of that surplus, apply that to bring the sewer and water rate down to 2.3%, and still take 85% of that surplus and put it in the reserve? Because the only change we have here is we're using 15% of an existing 12 million of surplus that we didn't plan for to give some relief to those users out there who've been paying 5% annually every year. The reason that we have good services in our communities is that we plan for them. But when we get a small bonus, like a surplus we didn't plan for, you have two options. You can give some of it back to the residents who are paying the freight, or you can slot it away for a project in the future. I have trouble making the argument to my residents that we're taxing you at a higher level for your own good in the future when they're struggling to deal with issues today, especially a day like today where it's the end of a manufacturing era and so many people are being laid off a week before Christmas. There are people whose rents are going through the roof. The cost of living is going up. We can go on and on about the cost of trying to survive in today's economy. I think the message we're sending today is that we're listening, that we understand, that we have sympathy for your situation, and that we're going to show you that we too are part of the solution, and we're not simply going to do tax as usual or use rate as usual. We are going to be a compassionate council, and we're going to make the right choice.
Councillor Leahy.
Thank you, Chair Henry. So again, just not to rehash the debate that we already had at the Committee of the Whole, but again, it just comes down to a philosophical difference here. Do we want to tax people on fixed incomes to pay for things that they're never going to use in 10 years because we think it's a good idea? Or do we want to lower the rate as best we can now because we already have surpluses, and that we may look at going into debt and borrowing money to pay for infrastructure assets in the future? With debt is the lowest it's ever been in the history of mankind, the cost of debt. And we have no debt. So I think we're kind of missing the boat by not having enough debt here is one philosophical point of view. And here we have the opportunity to save some money for residents and lower the rates. We'll see what happens. Maybe we lower it too much. Maybe we don't have enough. We can readjust next year. But to me, fully supportive of the recommendation that we have on the floor. It slightly lowers the rate. We are not, it's not going to cause any huge impacts to the infrastructure problem. We can readjust the rates in future years. And I hope Council continues to support that view when we vote. Thank you.
Okay. A recorded vote was called by Councillor Joe Neal. Call the vote. Oh, what we're doing is we're on committee the whole item number 2. There's no amendment, no.
The vote's open. Councillor Anderson.
We're on the committee the whole item number 2. Pardon?
Councillor Carter is absent. Councillor Ash, how are you voting? Yes. Yes. The vote is now closed.
The item is carried.
17-9 with Councillor Ash voting in the affirmative.
Chair Foster, do you have your sheet, please?
The clerk already has that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So, members of council, and we'll move on to the finance. Moved by Mayor Foster, seconded by, I'm not sure, Councillor Leahy? Or Councillor Nicholson? Thank you. That recommendations contained in items 1 to 12, inclusive of report number 10 of the Finance and Administration Committee, be adopted.
So we can go now?
You can go. The floor is yours.
Because we've been waiting for a while. Just say it. Councillor Nicholson, you were pulling item 10. There's an amendment.
That's correct. There's an amendment.
Okay. Do you have any other polls, Councillor Nicholson?
I think we just had the debate. This is simply to facilitate our staff doing the necessary budgetary amendment to address the issue to get the rate to the 2.3 that we just supported.
Okay. And Councillor McLean, you wanted a recorded vote on item 8. I think you noted that earlier in the meeting. This is Trillium. Okay, so beyond items 8 and item 10, do we have anything to pull? Call the question on the balance. All in support? Opposed? That is carried in the order I got them in. Councillor Nicholson, there is an amendment to the report.
I believe staff have the amendment.
Could we have the amendment put on the screen, please?
Probably to the left.
And as I indicated, this is simply a technical amendment to give the proper authorization to staff to take steps necessary to hit the 2.3.
Councillor Nicholson, you're moving the amendment?
I am.
And it...
For Councillor Foster.
Was it seconded by?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Mayor Foster, okay. Mayor Foster, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. This is, with the change in the rates, simply a matter of allowing the Director of Finance to adjust the budget to reflect the adjustment in the rates. So we could almost call this housekeeping. On the amendment, do you have any questions? Seeing none, call the question. All in support? Opposed? That is carried. On the main report, this is item 10. Councillor Neal.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, first of all, I don't understand how this gets dealt with separately. The budget gets dealt separately from the user rates. I don't understand that, but...
So I'm going to let the Treasurer explain that, and it's going to be different next year.
So if I may, through the chair, the budget document is under the purview of the Finance and Administration Committee. So that's the way the process works. So of course that went to Finance and Administration. The user rate report was a joint report between Works and Finance. So that triggered it into the Committee of the Whole meeting. So we are going to try to resolve that. We're going to work with the Clerk's Department to resolve that. But that's the simplistic reason of why it ended up, unfortunately, a bit confusing.
So, I mean, to me, this should be one vote, but now, I did look over the budget, and there's some good things in here, and one of them was, there was a line about, so it's kind of a good news, bad news thing for me. So there's a line in here about line-by-line review savings, for example, on the water side, $1,969,000. So Can somebody expand on that? I mean, that's a good thing. I mean, I'll get to the part that I'm not crazy about, but is this staffing or what sort of savings were identified by the line-by-line review? Because it's something I've kind of been asking for 4 years and before you answer, I'm also hoping that we'll see kind of that in the budget that's forthcoming for other departments.
So if I may, through the chair, I'll speak lightly. I'm not sure if the CAO would like to interject, but that the process you're referring to with respect to the entire budget, the CAO initiated a line-by-line review across the entire organization. So what we've attempted to do in finance in these reports in conjunction with the applicable departments is highlight the implications in each area. So yes, you will see that process being reflected through the rest of the budget documents. And I'm not sure if the CAO would like to add it.
What I'm sort of asking is what sort of items were identified in that line-by-line review?
We'll let the CEO answer.
I will start and then turn it over to the Commissioner of Works. Basically, what we were asking of all staff was to go through their budgets and identify those areas in which there was chronic underspending and look at either reducing the budget or reallocating these resources where they were needed. So what comprises the reductions in each department will differ by department, and perhaps I'll turn it over to Commissioner Siopis to discuss what was in the works reduction.
Through the chair, and I will have to turn that over to Mr. Manuel or Mr. Presta in terms of the details. What they explained to me was what I have just heard. Clearly, every year things change in budget items, but there are trends. And if you look over 3 to 5 years, you can see whether or not there is chronic underspending or overspending where we need to balance out. And that was the exercise we went through. For specific examples, I'll ask those who actually did the work.
Can I maybe simplify it a bit, Mr. Chair? Is there a sheet in this book that lists all those? Because we're talking almost between water and sewer. I think I saw another substantial amount in the sewer. So I think we're almost talking $3 million here. Is that identified on a sheet somewhere?
Through the chair, no, we don't have a separate single page that identifies that because it covers, it could cover off hundreds of different account lines depending, because it literally was a review through the staff, and then some things also triggered the analysis as Commissioner Siopis mentioned with respect to chronic overspending. So trying to align the budgets based on trending. So there isn't a page that I can refer you to here. We simply wanted to make sure Council was clearly aware that it had occurred and the magnitude of that.
So again, I'm very pleased to see that sort of work going on. Now, the flip side of it, though, is we turn around and we're hiring, I think, 6.6 new staff members, and this is for, so that's the bad news for me is, you've got water and sewer, which the usage is not going up. It's been trending downward. I think it's maybe slightly gone up, but to me, it shouldn't result in hiring a new staff members. Yet, built into this is, that many new people, which translates probably into, I don't know, 500,000 annually. So we don't reflect the annual cost in these budgets. So I guess I'm trying to reconcile that. So again, I'm sure someone will pop up and say, we have to have these people. But personally, I don't understand it. So I think there was probably 6 last year and probably 6 the year before. So I'm saying for a service that there really isn't any expansion going on, in terms of that I'm aware of. Apart from maybe some new sewer lines are being laid and so on, but the plants still operate much the same. I don't understand it. So, and that's the main difficulty I have with some of these budgets. So,
Councillor, will ask Commissioner Siopis. I think the same question was asked at COW. I'm anticipating we're going to get the same answer that we did at COW.
Thank you. I will give you partially the same answer as I gave at Cal, but not to bore you with it. I'll speak more generally first off. When we talk about usage and consumption per household going down, the other side to that coin is the number of households is going up. Our lane kilometers of whether it's roads, whether it's sewer, whether it's expansion at the plant, those things are all going up. As well as our aging infrastructure. The quantum of our aging infrastructure is also going up. The ability to maintain, operate, commission new development, commission new plants, all of those activities are extremely intense for us right now. And if we look around the region, you can tell by the development activity that you're seeing. The two examples that I will repeat from the Cal meeting was, for example, our SWAT team. And I believe that two of the is it 4.6 or 6.6? Two of the 6 people that are being proposed in this budget are for positions on that SWAT team. Those are the teams that literally go out into the field and commission new developments and expansions and make sure that the system is ready to be operated and utilized by the residents and the businesses. The supervisor of that group came to see me personally to say to me, we cannot keep up. You are going to get complaints and you are going to find situations where we cannot provide timely commitments to be able to commission those systems. We believe that the staffing that we're requesting, it's essential to keep operating the systems.
So, again, we have savings identified from previous years of $3 million. I've heard in past years, when reductions were proposed, there's no way we can do it. It's going to be, someone would mention Walkerton. But to me, this is, this is our CAO saying, yes, we can find these savings. But on the flip side, I don't understand turning around then when you have that and increasing the expenses on the sewer side north of 5%. And on the water side, 3.3. So in spite of the user rate being held to 2.3%, the bottom line is we're still increasing the amount for expenses by double that. So in the case of the sewer. So, you can always justify more staff, but I just don't support it. And I'll ask for a recorded vote, Mr. Chair. Thanks.
All right, do we have anything more on that item? Mr. Clerk?
The vote is open. The vote is closed.
Thank you, and that motion is carried. So that deals with the items on the agenda. Do we have any?
Item number 8 is a recorded vote called by Councillor McLean.
Sorry, Councillor McLean. Yes, thank you for that catch. Councillor McLean, it was just a recorded vote you wanted on item 8?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Clerk.
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Councillor Neal.
Yep. So, through you, Mr. Chair, I guess what I'm trying to understand is the structure of Trillium. It sounds great. Does staff have a clear view on what the actual profit element is, as far as the entities involved in this? Because my understanding from just discussions with the chap that gave the presentation is there's a management company which does sort of charge a fee. So is there any visibility as far as that goes? Like the entire setup is not a strictly nonprofit. That's all there is. He indicated there's a management company that is somehow involved. So
if I may, through the chair, I really can't speak to that level of detail. The request brought to us was specific to the DC deferrals for the units coming on stream and dealing with the unique style of mortgage structure. with respect to how the organization is structured and run, my apologies, I can't speak to that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, on item 8, anything further? Mr. Clerk, recorded vote, please.
The vote is open. Councillor Pickles?
He just said that.
Okay. The vote is closed.
It's,
And that motion is carried. So we have now dealt with the agenda. Do we have questions for the commissioners? Seeing none, we will wish you all the best of the holidays. I do not want to leave any of you with an earworm, but F&A, we are the only committee that has our own Christmas carol. You've heard the fa-la-la-la-la? Well, that starts with F&A, F&A, F&A.
well done. So members of council, Works is next, but I do want to recognize former Regional Chair Gary Lynn O'Connor, who is in the audience with us today. Welcome and thank you for being here. Oh, I'm sorry. Health is next. Councillor Pickles, you have health? I'm going to say moved by Councillor Pickles, seconded by someone in health. Can I have Councillor Anderson, that the recommendations contained in item 1 and 2, inclusive of report number 10 of the Health and Social Services Committee, be adopted? Pickles and Anderson.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Chair. Those are duly moved and seconded. Is there any comments or questions on either item? Being none, I'll call on both items. Those in favor? That's carried, Mr. Chair.
Joe, that's carried. Questions to health?
Any questions?
Okay, Councillor Pickles. Well done. Thank you. We'll call Planning and Economic Development is next. Thank you. Moved by Mayor Ryan, seconded by Councillor Joe Neal, that the recommendations contained in items 1 to 4, inclusive of report number 10 of the Planning and Economic Development Committee, be adopted.
Thank you. Any to be pulled? Questions? Being none, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Questions of staff? Being none, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Thank you very much.
Well done. Congratulations, Mayor Ryan. Works. New record. Thank you. Moved by Mayor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Tito Dante, Mayor Pietri, that the recommendations contained in item 1 to 16, inclusive of report 10 of works, be adopted.
Save and accept 5.
Save and accept 5 we've already dealt with.
Is everybody voting? All in favor? No. All right.
I'd like to pull number 7.
Councillor Neal.
9, please.
Any other polls? Councillor Foster.
Thank you. 8 and 13, please.
Is that 8?
Yes, 8.
And 9, 7, 8, and 9.
Any other polls? On the remainder, all in favor?
Just before you call the vote, did somebody say, I've got 7, 8, and 9 up here. Was there one that I'm?
7, 8, 9, and 13.
And 13, okay. Thank you. Sorry, Mayor Mitchell.
Okay. All right then, all in favor on the remainder? Thank you. Councillor Nicholson, item 7.
Thank you. I want to preface my comments by asking for a recorded vote. I do so because I simply want this to be noted in the minutes. I've been waiting 30 years to see this motion, to see that we're finally moving ahead with the engineering and the expropriation necessary to connect Gibbs Street and Olive Avenue in Oshawa. The debate about this project actually predated my joining Regional Council in 1985. It's long overdue. I'm looking forward to this work being completed. I'm hopeful that we'll see in the budget next year the funding for the construction, and that we'll do all we can on the staff level to move this project expeditiously. It is decades past due. I want to thank all the staff and previous councils as well who've been working on this project. It is a major benefit to the southern central part of our community. It's going to benefit a great number of people. It's not without some impacts, but I think in the long run, people will see this as a very positive step. And I ask members of council to support the motion, if you could, please.
Thank you. On this item, Councillor Neal?
Yeah, I use this road quite a bit. I've never been involved in a traffic tie-up. To me, that's a project that sort of it's past its due date. Traffic patterns have moved on. So, you know, a lot has changed in Oshawa, and it's more Ritson Road, Harmony Road, or where the traffic is most acute. So, to me, this is a road that should become a local road. And but thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marin-Pietri.
You know, I appreciate Councillor Nicholson's comments, and I also appreciate Councillor Neal's, but the reality is, when considering some of the comments made by the Mayor of Oshawa today regarding General Motors, our past was based on transportation. There's going to be a different form of transportation, hopefully an announcement in the future. We saw the folks from Metrolinx. We saw some of the plans that they have for the community. We know the work that the chair is doing, and also all of the departments and councillors in the region of Durham, especially those in the East End, Oshawa and Clarington. I know, Mayor Foster, you've been involved in those discussions very heavily. When you consider the kind of densities and the kind of traffic requirements and the overall picture for that particular area, I think this project may have predated a lot of these councils. I worked as the previous ward councillor in the area. But I think it's coming in on time when you consider the impact and the kind of announcement that may be made in the next few months regarding transportation in that area. So to the Works Committee, to Mr. Chair, and to Ms. Siopis, I do hope that, as I said at committee, that this is actually going to happen now, because it's needed now more than ever. And I know that it may not seem that way to the naked eye, but when you consider the planning effects that future projects will have in that area, we want to get ahead of that curve as opposed to be stuck behind the 8 ball and look at it and say, wow, like all these projects came into play and we don't have the road transportation network to be able to facilitate it. I think the region is hitting its stride in this particular project at the appropriate time. So through you, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Chair, I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to it. It's a very positive project that will have a very transformative effect on that area and the region of Durham.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr?
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Echoing what Councillor Marin-Pietri said, plus earlier comment I made about the necessity for a ring road for the downtown Oshawa. This project will provide that, as well as getting traffic to and from the expected 2 GO stations that will service Oshawa. The other thing I would like to see, if we could, from the Durham Active Transportation Committee, is the inclusion of a multi-use path along the entire route of this, so that it fits in with the first mile, last mile philosophy of the people being able to get to and from the GO stations anticipated to come by foot or by cycle or electric scooter or whatever means other than a car. So if that could be thought of as perhaps a friendly, otherwise it's a terrific project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor John Neal.
Yeah, and I guess the only thing I would be concerned is the housing portion of it. A lot of this is older housing, but at the same time, we all know what's happened to housing in the last few years. So I dealt with some residents that didn't even want to leave their house when we were dealing with the real estate purchase and whatnot. It affected their health immensely, and that's like, I'm just trying to put a human face on this, that there are residents that have been there a long, long time, and some of them have never wanted to leave their house. And I know that I dealt with the real estate people here on that. Some of them have left now and retired. That's how long ago this was taking place. But that's the only thing I'm going to mention in regard to this corridor is the acute housing shortage, and there could be some definite repercussions in regards to that.
Okay, anyone else? Thank you very much. I certainly agree that this will be a really positive for that area. And Councillor Kerr's comment will certainly make sure that there is a multi-use path along it. It'll be a really important corridor, coupled with Chair Henry's GO train when he gets that done. How's that coming along there?
It's coming along well.
Good, excellent. All in favor?
Recorded vote, Councillor
recorded
Nicholson.
vote.
The vote is open. The vote is closed.
Thank you. Item 8, Councillor Foster.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got several questions. I want to make sure that works is 1 minute longer than F&A was. Just very quickly on item 8, we're dealing with 17 hoists. If it's an annual inspection, on inspections alone, that would be about 3,000. I'm assuming that most of this is maintenance, or is that sounds like a lot of money to inspect a hoist. Although these are pretty big hoists. Can you split that out and?
Through the chair, you're quite right. It's about 3,000 per inspection. The inspections are intended to identify any major maintenance requirements that might be required. The hoists are for buses. These are all in our transit facilities, so they are very large pieces of equipment. So yes, it takes time to do a thorough inspection of each one of those, and the proposal here is for annual inspections.
So most of the money that we're looking at here is for inspections.
That's correct.
Not so much maintenance.
That's
Wow.
correct.
I'm going to need an education on hoists, or maybe get into the hoist business. Thank you.
Councillor Neal?
Well, just the way it reads, is it an annual amount of 311, or is that the total contract over a period of 6 years?
That's the total contract over the period of time.
So it's 50,000 plus a year then?
Correct, $52,000 a year.
Okay, well, that sounds more reasonable than 311. Thanks.
Okay, nothing else, all in favor? And carried, thank you. Councillor Neal, number 9.
I just have a question about the community safety zone on Regional Highway 2. This is at the bottom of page 85. Can you indicate, it's sort of says it's going to be from Town Line to Centerfield Drive. So do you know where the starting point is for that? Like, what's the expansion part?
I will have to look to Mr. Jaganathan to see if he has those details. Otherwise, we may have to get back to you.
Through the chair, sorry, I will have to get back to you. I can probably get you a map sometime today.
The reason I'm asking is it starts to go, if you're traveling eastbound, it starts to go downhill. So does that mean that there'll be photo radar for the entire length of this, quote, community safety zone to Centerfield Drive? Because I don't think we should be putting photo radar on a downhill unless you want to just catch a bunch of people.
So the community safety zone proposed locations that you see, they came to us from each municipality. So we worked with the local municipalities as well as our own traffic staff in terms of statistics to determine where these should be. And it's in that consultation that each of these locations were identified.
So, so my question is, does that mean that if you're traveling eastbound, that there will be photo radar right down to, like, as you're going down the hill towards Centerfield, going eastbound?
I will answer with likely. We will try to get you those details. As Mr. Jagannathan indicated, we'll look at this particular location and let you know.
So can that be modified? Like, if this vote passes, is that carved in stone or?
Through the chair, it is not carved in stone. These are the proposed locations that we're looking at right now, based
Okay.
on the input that I just described.
So would consideration, if something came from Clarington on that, as in Clarington Council, would consideration be given to that to?
I will answer yes, consideration will be given to that, as well as any other factors we weighed into looking at that location.
And what's the, so let me ask you this, what's the implementation date for photo radar?
At this point in time, the regulations have been finalized. There were a few surprises in those regulations that we're working through right now. We anticipate being able to install signs for the locations early in the new year with because the signs have to be in place for a minimum of 90 days before the actual speed enforcement equipment is activated. And we're looking at that for approximately April, May, if we can get through the complications of the regulations.
So are there any other downhill portions where you're going to have photo radar?
I don't know the answer to that today.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to move a motion to defer that particular location until the next council meeting, if I can get a seconder.
Second it.
Any other questions on the motion to defer?
Recorded vote, please, on that.
Okay, record a vote.
The vote is open. The vote is closed.
Okay, it's defeated. So on the main motion, any other discussion? If not, all in favor? Recorded vote.
Tom?
Yes.
We're going to break right as soon as this item's finished. We're going to break. We'll have to come back.
The vote is open.
I've got guests downstairs. We need to vote.
Councillor Tyler Moran, Councillor Watton, Councillor Mitchell. The vote is closed.
Thank you. Item 13, Councillor Foster.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. You know what, I'll ask staff. I have a couple of questions, but I can deal directly with staff on the questions.
Great, thank you. All in favor of that matter? And carried. Other questions to Works? Seeing none? Have a one, sorry?
We have a hard break at 12:15, just so you know.
I think I see one question to Works.
So you've got, be quick with your question, please.
Well, are we going to resume after then?
We're coming back, yes.
Okay, well,
But
it's not going to be a 2-minute question, Mr. Chair. So.
May I suggest that you take that up with the Commissioner of Works then? If it's.
Well, no, I'm going to ask, I'll ask my questions if I'm allowed, and then if you're going to cut me off, is that what you're saying?
Well, actually, there's a 12:15 break. We have guests.
But I say I could ask my questions after the break, because that's all. But I'll start asking my question. So, through you, Mr. Chair, Chair of Works, I guess. So Ms. Brackett's presentation, she is concerned about the fact that the AMISA results are just being, I think that there was in quotes, they're misleading, so they're not even being paid attention to. I think that'd be summing up her concerns this morning. So is that true or not true?
So just before,
I'm not asking if her concerns
before
are
we
true.
start down here,
So I think
this was
I'm
a
allowed to
walk-on
ask-
delegation. I've already told council that the staff report is being prepared. We should not be debating this
No, I'm
without
not
any
debating. I'm
information.
asking. I was told by the chair from above you, that I'd be allowed to ask questions during work. So that's what I intend to do. Yes or no? Like, so.
Motion to adjourn for lunch.
Well, I'm not surprised. It's a serious concern.
Of course it is. That's why we want a staff report. And when we get one, you can talk
No,
about it.
but I was told I'd be allowed to ask questions. That's what I was told. So I took that on faith, all right?
So questions are always available, are now appropriate at the end of this, but as at the beginning of the meeting, I stated we have a 12:15, we have guests that the region is invited for lunch. I'm going to take a motion to recess till 1:30.
Make it 1:30?
Yeah, to 1:30. Moved by Councillor McLean, seconded by Councillor Kerr. All those in favor of recessing to 1:30? Opposed? None. That carries. We will see you all downstairs. So moved by you. By Neil? Okay. Members of council, there are a lot of moving pieces in the region today. I also want you to be aware that Councillor Ash is going to have to leave to represent me for a meeting at 2 o'clock. There are other members of council that give me notice that they have to go. Quorum is 15. I want you to be aware of that. So we'll move on to, so we're going to need to, the planning, the recommendation. So moved by...
Sir, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, we're still on works, but we have to change this now. Because
We haven't done it yet.
okay. Okay. So we're still on works.
Mr. Chair, I will move the Works Committee agenda and have it seconded by Councillor John Neal, if he's comfortable with that.
It's all done.
Fine.
So it's Councillor Marion Pietri is vice chair. It's questions to works. Councillor Neal.
Thank you. So, again, not looking for detailed answers, okay, but just, so I'm referencing the presentation or the delegation from Ms. Bracken this morning. So one of the slides she put up said that she was told when asked about the AMISA results that they were described as, they were just going to Cavanta and being left there as they were, quote, meaningless. So any quick response to that?
Thank you. I'm going to give you a broad answer. I hope that'll be okay. What we're going to do in the report that has been promised is attempt to describe all of the work that has gone on, the work that we propose will go on to be able to resolve this issue. When the words that came out today, things like meaningless or not looking at, I don't want to appear to debate that. We have a different perspective on that, and that's how I will phrase it for now. If you'll allow the report to come forward, I would appreciate that.
So let me ask you this. Do we have a consultant, I can't remember the name, but is somebody working on that from outside the region of Durham, like right now?
In the past, you probably heard the name Chandler. In
Right,
the past, we had a consultant who was working specifically on this subject. We also have other expert consultants who are still working with us on this issue.
Okay, and has there been anything back from the province on this particular issue at the moment?
There is nothing new from the province on this particular issue. However, in the report, we will document their involvement to date and what any input they are providing on the go-forward plan.
So my understanding is that the ECA, Environmental Compliance Approval, says that we will, or the region will use the AMISA, is my understanding. They'll use a continuing emissions system. It's not an ECA requirement, or it's not, I guess the results aren't part of A7 testing, right? Am I phrasing that correctly?
I am going to turn to Mr. Anello to ask for a full answer to that question, please.
So the ministry asks us to do two things. One is to correlate the AMISA during the source test. And in that first slide, Ms. Bracken said, she outlined the procedure. It was 40 CFS 60. That requires us to create and to demonstrate a correlation. Once we have that, then we will use the AMISA data, once we have confidence in it, for a trend analysis and to determine the performance of our air pollution control equipment.
I guess maybe at a simple level, but I don't understand how you correlate something when you only take, say, 2 samples a year versus something that's supposed to be monitored 28 days a month on a 24/7 basis. So, through the chair.
So it's the ministry requirement for us to correlate against the source test. So every source test has 3 individual tests within it.
I see. Okay.
So, and we've been doing this since 2016. Okay. So we have that data for those various source tests trying to demonstrate this correlation.
So, thank you very much, sir. So I just want to point out to council and to staff that there is something called a host community agreement, and I hope that I did, and thanks to the clerk for pulling it on short notice, but one of the sections says that, section 3.2, Durham shall ensure that the EFW facility utilizes maximum achievable control technology for emissions control and monitoring systems, okay? So this is the agreement between the region and municipality of Clarington that allowed the region to build this in Clarington, but it also went on to state that Durham shall ensure that where technically possible, the EFW facility uses 24/7 monitoring systems for such parameters as are deemed appropriate by the ministry. So, so I think my view is this is separate and apart from the requirements under the ECA, but there's a contractual commitment with Clarington to really bring this where it's quote, seems to me it's technically possible, but to really bring this issue to ground once and for all, and we'll stop discussing it on presentations like that. So it seems to me that it should be technically possible. They're using it in Europe. Not clear why it's not achievable at the moment here, but so I guess we'll be watching that closely and look forward to that report. But I just want to highlight the fact that over and above the ECA, this is a contract with Clarington. Thank you.
Can I respond?
Madam Commissioner?
I'll just provide a comment. When in 3.3, where you made reference to the 24/7 monitoring systems, there are different kinds of monitoring systems. I do intend, by the way, to outline all of those in the report just as a refresher for all of us on exactly what we're doing at the EFW. We do have 24/7 monitoring with the monitoring stations that are located around the site. But we will detail all of that in the report for the record so that it's clear.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. We have a question from Councillor Nicholson.
Yes, I'm not going to get into the debate about context and correlation and all that. That will come in the future report. But is there some particular reason why the hard data that we've collected in tests can't be released?
The reason that some of the data, a lot of the monitoring data, by the way, is public information, and it's out there. You don't have to FOI it or anything else. It's all out there, either through reports we bring to you or through the display board that's right on the facility today. So a lot of that information is available. With specific regard to AMISA, we have not been able to use that data and use it meaningfully. I heard the word meaningless used. What the problem is, it's not meaningful yet. And that's what we're trying to achieve, either through AMISA or some other long-term monitoring system.
No, and I understand that. I guess the problem I'm trying to understand is that we have the data. How someone interprets the data is, I suppose, up to them. I'm trying to find out why we aren't releasing the data. For example, if I were a citizen and I wanted to get the data and I wanted at my own expense have this reviewed by a specialist in the field, I could do so if I could access the hard data. That begs my original question. Is there some reason why the hard data, with the appropriate caveats that you would attach to it, can't be released upon request?
At this point in time, for us and for all of the experts that have been involved, including the manufacturer of this equipment, the data is not good data. It means nothing. It's just not appropriate data to put out there until someone actually can figure out what it all means or get the system running properly. So that is the reason. Until through the manufacturer and the consulting firms that we're using, the experts that we're using, we can make use of the data, it's of no use.
All right. And I'm sure this will get more elaborately addressed in the report when it comes forward. My concern is that this is not a new facility. It's been going for a period of time. And hopefully the report will tell me what level of furans and dioxins have been created over the period that the plant's been open, and what impact, if any, that has on the natural environment and the health of residents. That's all I hear from the residents. They don't want to know all the details. They want just a simple question. What are you producing? Is it harmful? What are you doing to stop it? When we don't respond or we say the data we've collected is no good after 4 years, with respect, that scares me. Because that means you can't assure me that we haven't had a problem over the last 4 years because you said the data you have to test it is not meaningful. So the question I guess comes to me, I put to you is, why are we waiting to 4 years after the process to finally realize that what we've collected in the previous 4 years isn't meaningful? Why wasn't this addressed year one?
Yeah, I just wanted to just chime in there. I would like Commissioner to respond, but I think from what I interpreted from the discussion and also the responses to the questions was it's not that we have information that's useless, is that we have a report that's coming forward, and as part of that, we're going to have this data, and it's going to be understandable to the public in a format that is going to be presented to committee and then council. So if I could just have the commissioner respond to the question or to the assertion.
Thank you. I do want to reiterate that there's a lot of data that is out there that is good data. The public can rely on that data, and so can we. It is this one element that we've been having trouble with. The information that comes out of the 24/7 monitoring stations, that comes out of our stack tests, that is printed or illuminated on the side of the building, is all reliable data that we can rely on every single day. It's this one element that we're having problems with. So I don't want the misconception that we don't know what's happening at the plant.
No, and I want to be clear, I'm not making that assertion. I'm just hearing a legitimate query that says that we're not absolutely convinced that the data we've collected over the 4 years, specifically regarding dioxins and furans, is sufficient for us to reach an adequate conclusion. My question comes in, I wasn't here, was that flagged year one, or is it only getting flagged year 4?
Commissioner?
If I may clarify, this isn't specific to dioxins and furans. It's specific to AMISA testing. All of the other testing, whether we're testing for dioxins and furans or anything else, is fully reliable.
All right.
It's just this one type of testing, not specific.
Okay, and just so I can understand one allegation that was made, is that type of testing required under the certificate of approval that the ministry issued for this site?
So if I have this correctly, and again, I will look to Mr. Anello momentarily to get his nod, we're required to do long-term sampling, have a long-term sampling system in place. AMISA is the one that's out there. I don't know that they specifically required AMISA.
So it requires a long-term sampling system that we have to have in place and operating. We do have that in place, and it is operating. We do have the data. We do report out annually how we are doing with regards to our work plan to get more confidence in that data. So it has been an ongoing process over the last 4 years.
Okay. And I don't want to get into the technical details because the report will deal with that. I want to stress my fear. I don't want to answer. I just want to tell you what my concern is, and you can maybe address that in your report. If we're required to have a long-range test system, and the one we chose we don't have confidence in yet, then we are, on the face of it, appeared to be in non-compliance with the directive because we haven't got a working system that we have confidence in. I raise that as a flag, and I would just hope that that can be addressed when the report comes forward so I can have a better understanding of just how that's working. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Neal.
Yeah, I just want to ask, I heard that, is it Chandler that is the consultant? Through you, Mr. Chair?
Commissioner, I believe you said that there could be...
John Chandler was the consultant.
Was?
Correct.
He's no longer?
Correct. We just don't have a contract with him currently.
That's right. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Foster?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very quickly, we spoke a little bit about the levels in Lake Ontario. As CLOCA is coming to works, I wonder if between staff and CLOCA, You could consider whether having Zuzak, those are the guys that did the work for the conservation authorities, have them come and do the presentation that they did. I don't know who in this room has made that presentation, but the presentation they did on shoreline erosion was a very interesting and worthwhile presentation. So
Mr. Mayor, you suggest to the council as a whole or to committee?
Well, I think go to I think talk with Cloca and
see where they're
and
comfortable
staff
presenting.
And see if they think it's worthwhile. Thank you.
That's a great suggestion. Any further questions or comments? I've seen none. I thank everyone, and I wish everyone a Merry Christmas and Happy Holiday.
Members of council, will move on to the committee of the whole. Moved by Councillor Miriam Pietri. I think it's seconded by Councillor John Neal, that the recommendations contained in items 1, 3, and 4 of Report 7 of the Committee of the Whole be adopted. Polls?
Mr. Chair, number 4, please.
Number 4. Any other polls? On the remainder, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Councillor Neal on item 4.
Yeah, thank you. So this is the proposal for a consultant to look at a regional community improvement plan. So I guess my question through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Bridgman, is this intended to be like a regional CIP that designates areas within the various municipalities that are going to be have community improvement around them, similar to what we have in local municipalities right now?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it could be, and it could be more program specific. So we're not just sure yet in terms of how it's all going to come out in the end. I can see from the different topic areas, whether it be affordable housing or infrastructure or transit, that some of those categories may lend themselves to define boundaries, and some, like an affordable housing, may lend itself to a type of program area that may not be boundary specific.
So is this intended to kind of replace the regional revitalization program, or is this the regional revitalization program by another name, such as, regional CIP?
Yeah, thank you. Well, through you, Mr. Chair, I wouldn't say to replace the regional revitalization program, to enhance it perhaps by expanding its scope as enabled through the Planning Act.
But do you foresee it coming back as one program? Which would make sense to me, but,
Yeah. What we've identified in the report, and it's actually paragraph 3.6 of the report, is that the regional revitalization program can be considered and possibly bundled in through a new regional CIP, or maybe it might make sense to continue to stand on its own.
Okay, when would we see this come back?
I would think that it would be toward late 2020. Because the recommendation here is to approve funds through the budget process, then would have to put an RFP out on the street, get proposals, launch the program, get the consultant working, and it could be later in 2020.
Okay, well, I would, Mr. Chair, I think we should be looking to bundle this in with our regional revitalization program, which I always understood was kind of on a one page or something, or with very little criteria. I recall one project in Clarington where it probably could have qualified, except it was outside a local CIP. So I just think instead of creating multiple programs, we should maybe bundle them together. Just a thought, but thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments on the item? If not, we'll call a vote. All those in favor? Opposed? None, that carries. Just give me 1 second, please. Okay, members of council, we'll move on to item number 10, which is unfinished business. There is none. Under item other business, there are 3 items. We'll deal with them individually. Item 11.1 investigation reported dated September 30th, 2019.
Mr. Chair, move to receive.
Receive for information, seconded by Councillor Leahy.
Sorry, I have a question.
Question on the on item, go ahead, Councillor Jonia.
Well, I think this deals with the possible installation of this gentleman's water line. So what was not clear to me from this report was, what was the misrepresentation made to this? Am I on the right report? It talks about a misrepresentation by the director.
Okay. I'll go
So
to
what, sorry?
I'll go to Commissioner Siofis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would contend there was not a misrepresentation by the director or by staff.
But what was she, do you know what she was basing that on? Like, was there an email, a verbal statement?
I'll look to Mr. Presta for a nod on this, but I believe there was interviews, there was review of various bylaws, as well as any of the correspondence that went back and forth, which included emails.
Well, I have some difficulty just supporting receiving it for information when we have the ombudsman now. They look into this in detail, make a recommendation, and then, but I think the gist of it is that, if something hadn't been said to the ratepayer, that they would have saved some money maybe by doing the work at the same time. So I don't know, was the ombudsman just making this up? Or so I personally, I don't just support receiving it for information. I don't know why we're not just going ahead and implementing the recommendation. Otherwise, we're just sort of saying it's a waste of time going to the ombudsman. Obviously, they put a lot of work into it. And that's the whole point of having an ombudsman is, yeah, staff have their position, but there's an element here, I think, that, they've made this finding, which, unless she's making it up, but, so I don't support receiving it for information. I think we should be maybe implementing the recommendations. So I would move, if this receive for information is defeated, I'd be moving to implement the recommendations. So I'll ask for a recorded vote.
Councillor Nicholson?
I'm going to support Councillor Neal's contention from a different point of view. We didn't do the investigation. We were not party to the discussions. We were not party to the agreements. We were not party to the investigation. Yet we're going to pass judgment on the case. I share the concern. If we have a person who we've delegated the authority to conduct investigation and make ruling, who are we as a council to simply throw that out and say, oh, we're not going to support that recommendation? Given, again, I repeat, we were not party to the process. We were not involved in the process. We didn't hear the evidence. It'd be like someone going to a court, winning their case, and Parliament suddenly deciding, we don't care what the judge ruled, we don't care what the jury ruled, we're going to simply say, forget it. Either we have a process that's defensible or we don't, but it's bad form and a bad precedent to overturn a recommendation from the investigative body who was the only person that actually conducted the investigation.
Councillor Smith.
Yes, thank you. Correct me if I'm reading it wrong, but there's talk here of previous two speakers have said that the ADR chambers have recommended one thing, but the way I read it is that 11.2, the Ombudsman is telling us that, in their opinion, ADR was not correct. So, to me, that's the logical reason for receiving this one and implementing the next one. So, I agree with the motion to receive. Thank you.
Seeing no other hands on item 11.1, the motion is to receive for information. A recorded vote was called by Councillor Joe Neal.
The vote is now open. Councillor Dyes, thank you. The vote is closed.
Receive for information carries. We'll move on to 11.2, Ombudsman Investigation Report, Complaint Reference MUN-301-0618. Councillor Leahy, you're moving the recommendation, seconded by Councillor Lee. Oh, sorry, just 1 second. So, members of council, this report, it would be just to receive. Okay, moved by Councillor Leahy, seconded by Councillor Lee. Comments or questions? Councillor Joe Neal.
So I guess, again, this is kind of rehashing this James Street project, but I guess what I'd be wanting to know is why did the director apologize for initial representations made with respect to who would pay for the new water and sanitary sewer connections? Why was there an apology for that? Or is that a mischaracterization?
Ms. Siopis?
I'll respond and then ask the director to speak for himself. I would suggest in our conversations, he pointed out to me that he apologized for any misunderstanding or any misinterpretation of information. He didn't apologize because he felt we had made error in all of this. But Mr. Presta?
That's correct.
Well, through the chair, okay, so I want to give you a quote. The director has acknowledged the initial representations made to the complainant with respect to who would pay for the new water and sanitary sewer connections on his property and has apologized. It is my view that the complainant was harmed by the Durham Region's representation. So is that a factually incorrect statement that I just read out?
Mr. Preston?
Through the chair, as the commissioner mentioned and I confirmed, I apologize. The resident was on the phone. I didn't have all the facts in front of me, and I apologize if there was any type of miscommunication regarding who was going to pay for his replacement of his water service connection, but I did reiterate that any work on private property is the responsibility of the resident. I do, in the report under section 5.2, from item A to F, are clearly noted the reasons why we don't agree with the ombudsman's report.
No, okay, but through the chair, what I'm getting at is, did anybody from the region tell the homeowner that the region was going to pay?
No.
So my next question is, why are we using ADR chambers if they're making these reports which are factually incorrect? Why are we using ADR?
That's not, I didn't.
That's not your, I'm raising
correct.
that in general, I guess, because why, the region has to pay for these investigations. I'm hearing that what's in this report is factually incorrect. It's concerning. Like, and then we'll turn around and say, well, it's all wrong, so let's just receive it. Makes no sense to me, but thanks.
Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah. I'm again not dealing with the merits of the argument, but I'm trying to deal with due process. A party has the right to file a complaint. The complaint goes out to an investigative body. The investigative body then reports their findings based on their investigation. Then staff give all the reasons to say why the person that did the investigation was totally wrong, and a recommendation comes forward that says to the council to overrule the investigative body. Was the complainant given any opportunity to express their opinion on the staff recommendation to overturn the investigative body's finding?
Ms. Siopis?
The resident, the complainant, is aware of this report. They were made aware of the report. Would they be given the opportunity to dispute our report? I suppose if they wanted to respond to it, they could. I'm not aware of a response that has come forward to the report.
Did anybody indicate to them they had the opportunity to dispute the staff response?
In the past, when this complaint was ongoing, they were made aware of the opportunity to do things such as delegate and come forward to speak to their concerns.
Okay, I don't know why we're having such difficulty with this one question. When staff prepared their report indicating that they were going to recommend to council that council should vote in opposition to the findings of the investigative body, was the complainant given an opportunity to comment, or would the complainant given the opportunity to appear as a delegate by being informed that that was an option that they had before them?
I apologize if I'm not answering clearly. They were made aware of the report and the findings of our staff report, and through the process, they have been explained the process for making a delegation at any point in time. So yes, they were aware of how to go about making comment.
All right.
Going forward.
Again, on a procedural matter, and councillors know I have some experience being a former adjudicator on files very similar to this. What I'm trying to understand, when usually you set up an ombuds process or an arbitration process, there's a very defined structure. There isn't an opportunity for council or staff to reach their own verdict without hearing the evidence. So I guess the concern I'm having here is that if our system is to have any faith, like if we have any credibility as an investigative system, we can't have council, for want a better argument, being the appellate court for the ombudsman. Secondly, maybe I'm missing something in our procedures, but I didn't note anywhere in our hiring of an ombudsman or in this process that it was written into the terms of reference there that regional staff would have the right to write their own report on the ombudsman's report and submit that as an alternate conclusion to council. So especially, and I guess what I'm concerned about, if my lawyer raised a red flag, I would legitimately think there was a legal question being raised. But I don't note in this case that it's a legal issue that's being raised. It's simply a dispute on the facts and conclusions by the persons that the complaint was filed about. I've never seen this. It's a totally new process to me, and I've traveled all across the country dealing with cases like this. I've never seen a case, ever, where the complainant staff write a report urging the council that they report to not take action in accordance with the findings of an independent investigation. I mean, it's mind-boggling, and I'm sorry, I'm not doing this to comment on the merits of the case, because I can't comment on the merits of the case. I haven't read them. You're literally asking me as a member of council to accept a recommendation on the merits of a case, sight unseen, not being provided with the full investigation, neither the complainants nor, quite honestly, the ombudsman adjudicator has presented information to us or been given an opportunity to present their point of view. It's unfortunately, it appears, for want of a better way of putting it, that we're issuing a staff veto over the investigation process. And that, I don't think, is a prudent course of action. This may be a minor item, but you can imagine if this were a major item and we acted like this, we would draw lots of questions. I think whatever you do today, our legal staff need to go back and look clearly at our administrative review policies to ensure that we have a full and fair process and that there's not a perception of an override or veto from the complainants on the fact the complaint was made against them. So I just want staff to keep that in mind moving forward.
Sorry, I'll come back to you. I'm just going to have the CAO respond.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just a couple of comments. It is standard practice across municipalities for staff to respond to reports from Auditor Generals or Ombudsman, as was the case in this situation. It is also not uncommon for councils simply to receive the report from Ombudsman if there is significant concerns or disagreement with the findings. I will remind Council that the reason for this staff report is that the initial report from the Ombudsman was referred back to staff by Council for review, and that is what resulted in this report coming before us today. And should Council desire, it is possible to have the Ombudsman attend a Council meeting and talk to the investigation. But the way that this has rolled out and the way that staff have responded is standard and I would say best practice.
Councillor John Neal.
No, that's what I was asking for, and you directed our CAO to respond. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other hands on the item.
Clarification on the motion. What's on the table, Mr. Chair?
To receive.
Just to receive.
Yep. Call the vote.
Recorded vote, please, on that.
Recorded vote called by Councillor Joe Neal. When you're ready, Mr. Clerk.
The vote is open. The vote is closed.
Receive carries. 11.3, repeal and replace Durham Region Transit Bylaw number 27-2007 as amended. Moved by Mayor Beth Haddon, seconded by Mayor Carter. Comments or questions? Call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? None. That carries. That takes care of other business. Just give me 1 second, please, to confirm with the clerk. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We're into bylaws. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. To close out the year, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Tyler Moran, that the following bylaw numbers be passed: 59-2019 to 65-2019.
Okay. Just one second. Okay, just 1 second.
Oh, no. I'm going to repeat that if you don't mind, through the chair.
Okay.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Tyler Moran, that the following bylaw numbers be passed in the group: 59-2019 to 65-2019.
Okay. All right. On bylaws 59, 2019 to 65, 2019, we will call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? None. That carries.
Thank you.
Councillor Lee.
Bylaw number 66-2019 as amended.
Okay. Same mover, same seconder.
Yes.
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote on bylaw number 66, 2019, called by Councillor John Neal.
And, yep, 67, 2019, too.
We'll do them one at a time.
The vote is open. Vote. Councillor Dies, thank you. Vote's closed.
That carried. Councillor Lee.
Bylaw number 67-2019 as amended. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Tyler Moore.
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote called by Councillor, John Neal.
The vote is open. The vote is closed.
Thank you, Chair. Moved by
Oh,
myself.
just one second, that carries.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Tyler Moore, that the rules of procedure be suspended in order to introduce bylaw to amend the bylaw respecting the water pollution control system and the storm sewer system in the regional municipality of Durham, and the establishment of sewer surcharges rates and sewer charges, and being bylaw number 90-2003 of the regional municipality of Durham. And then we need 2/3.
So we will need 2/3 on that, Mr. Clerk? Councillor Joe Neal. Your microphone, please.
What, there's a bylaw being proposed for surcharges on,
I'll have the Commissioner, or
Wait.
Finance speak to it, please.
I don't even know what I'm voting.
I just have an explanation, yeah. It's,
If I may, through the chair, these are the bylaws for the user rates, and so they didn't, because of all the changes that we're working their way through both finance and admin and committee of the whole that need to be ratified today, we needed to get these bylaws on as well. So these are the ones that match the decisions being made around the user rate from the committee of the whole.
I thought that's what we just passed, but the wording talks about surcharges. Is that surcharges for, like ancillary charges? Like there's no...
If I may, through the chair, it may just be phrasing, it's the fees and all of the
Ancillary
attachments
charges,
to the...
We're not putting a surcharge on the water rates.
No, through the chair, these are the exact ones that were, these were the ones that were listed. We just need to get the bylaws on to
I think the
reflect
proper
those.
word may be ancillary charges, Your Honor.
okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, we need
Record a vote on that.
Record a vote. Well, that solves the problem of 2/3, so thank you. So record a vote called by Councillor Joe Neal. Okay. So on the motion to suspend, we need 2/3. So I'll need to see everybody's hand. All those in favor? Opposed? So there's one opposed, so we have the 2/3. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Tyler Moore, that bylaw number 68-2019 being a bylaw to amend the bylaw respecting the water pollution control system and the storm sewer system in the regional municipality of Durham, and the establishment of sewer surcharge rates and sewer charges, and being bylaw number 90-2003 of the regional municipality of Durham be passed.
Okay. Do we need a recorded vote on this? Recorded vote called by Councillor Joe Neal. Comments or questions before I call the vote? Mr. Clerk, I'll call the vote then.
The vote is open. The vote is closed.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry.
We're good. It's carried. Go ahead.
Sorry.
You have the floor, Councillor Lee.
I'm not as good as Councillor Ash at this, apparently. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Tyler Moore, that the rules of procedure be suspended in order to introduce bylaw to amend the bylaw respecting the water supply system in the regional municipality of Durham, and the establishment of water rates and water charges, and being bylaw number 89-2003 of the regional municipality of Durham.
Okay. So it's moved to be suspended. We need 2/3. I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Two opposed. That carries. Councillor Lee?
Thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Tyler Moore, that bylaw number 69-2019 being a bylaw to amend the bylaw respecting the water supply system in the regional municipality of Durham, and the establishment of water rates and water charges, and being bylaw number 89-2003 of the regional municipality of Durham be passed.
Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote called by Councillor Joe Neal. Comments or questions?
No.
Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, I'll call
The vote is open. Councillor Leahy, thank you. The vote's closed.
Councillor, wait 1 second. That's carried. Councillor Lee.
Thank you. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Tyler Moore, that the rules of procedure be suspended in order to introduce bylaw to repeal and replace bylaw number 27-2007 as amended, and replace it with a new Durham Region Transit Commission bylaw for the purpose of operating the regional transit system known as Durham Region Transit.
Okay, members of council will need 2/3. Need to see everyone's hands. All those in favor? Opposed? None. That carries. Councillor Lee.
Thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Tyler Morin, that bylaw number 70-2019, being a bylaw to repeal and replace bylaw number 27-2007 as amended and replace it with a new Durham Region Transit Commission bylaw for the purpose of operating the regional transit system known as Durham Region Transit be passed, and the confirming bylaw be renumbered accordingly.
Recorded vote has been called by Councillor Nicholson. Comments or questions? Mr. Clerk, I'll call the vote.
The vote is open. Councillor Joe Neal, thank you. The vote is closed.
That carries. Councillor Lee.
Thank you. And last but not least, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Tyler Morin, that bylaw number 71-2019, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Regional Municipality of Durham at their meeting held on the 18th day of December 2019 be passed.
Okay. On the confirming bylaw. All those in favor? Opposed? None. That carries. Just before we go to adjournment, to all the staff in the room, I want to say thank you for all the work that you do each and every day on our behalf. It has been an amazing year at the Region of Durham, and despite some of the challenges that we have had a good year here. To my members on council, no matter how you celebrate the holidays, I wish you have all of the prosperity that you look for in 2020. And from my family to your family, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And we will see you all in the new year. And now, Mayor Ryan, if you would give me a motion to adjourn, you do. And if I could get a seconder, Councillor McCaughey, on adjournment. All those in favor? Opposed? None. Thank you. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas.